As we are once again live upon the internet. I forgot to set up the YouTube chat, but also there seems to be an issue with my OBS's. Can I turn it off and on again? Will that be? Oh shit. What did I turn on? Hello. That is odd. Wait, let's try doing like this. There we go. As yeah, it wasn't showing me the chat, which is not something I ran into ever before. But yeah, we're up. Let's make sure to do our checks. Let's set to public and has a bitrate and has a bitrate over there. And my audio is fine. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, I logged in and I saw this. The licensing deal is running out likely. This was in the original season, like 2 or 3 or something, right? Or 4. So yeah, it's been a while. So they licensed it for quite a bit, and then that licensing has run out now. And yeah, we're gonna set up for yeah, I'm kind of underprepared as I just had to do a bunch of work stuff up to a minute ago, so. But we'll just, you know, we'll just run with what we have. And yeah, we're gonna do the builds ramble. As I'm in the background setting up some stuff to do the countdown ramble. I'm still unsure how I want to. You would think I would know by now, but still not sold on. Might for some builds think to go over and do them in a special way. One thing I definitely want to do is, yeah, with the help of the build collection, let's actually get the build collection up in a new window. Especially talk about like how I set up some of the builds.
Agent polarity affected by weapon switch and reload.
Ways. So let's make sure safe area. All of these are going there. Opening them while that window is the selected one. And here Gustavo. Double Gustavo, I see. Both on Twitch and the YouTubes. And hey Pamik and Voorhees as well. Yeah, let's set this up to be the normal variants. Like that. Even with the coyote. And then yeah, as well, we're gonna fix up this for a second. Or I forget as I put a file of text in there and a file of and a thumbnail file. Yeah, let's go to this thing. We'll first do an intro and we'll then further elaborate into that with
agent polarity linked to weapon switching and reloading.
I might just do it all with the build collection. Thing is, I wanted to maybe do it while
Agent, Lewis's last
while
known
live,
location was at the
basically,
lab. Got word there's a Black Tusk hovercraft on their way to the plant. You need to recover Lewis and signal Taurus for extraction.
Let's maybe,
Polarized hostiles in proximity.
we just use somewhere. Might be a little bit too gruesome. I was like, maybe like looking up at this flag, but might be a bit much. We've used like this angle already. You know what? I don't take the double tower like this. Because actually it's like you never pay attention that there is a second tower there. This. With the countermeasure in one of the corners. I don't hate this. Yeah, hey there, amateur as well. Yeah, we're gonna do an intro. Actually, let's read a video for YouTube about countdown builds. So I'm just gonna pin that in both places, so you know, people know. I was thinking of doing it with like gameplay and stuff, but I think that would just bloat the video. Might just do it for some of the later builds, maybe. Or maybe later on we go get some footage of some of these builds being ran, and I just interject them here and there. But yeah, first an intro. It's gonna be a ramble. So yeah, for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about. Because that is important, of course, consistency between them. Countdown builds, yeah. Actually, let's have the build collection ready. Let's go here. Actually, does this thing still work? Professional foot pedals. Yeah, let's start here though. Yeah, let's do an intro. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as we went over a countdown guide, not to, actually, gonna cut it there, not that that take was bad, but I need, you know, if we're gonna talk about the guide, I need to show the guide. And I realize, of course, because yeah, we need to advertise all the things and the stuffs. And hey there, Zero Cool. Yeah, let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as recently we went into a guide for countdown, as looked down way too pronounced there. I should just put my foot on on it already. I was like, where does my foot go? Let's try it again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as we went over some countdown with a recent in-depth guide, as is up on the screen. It is in the guides folder, as is linked down below as well. And yeah, we went through this entire guide. Now, to coincide with that, a common question is, what builds do I enjoy for Countdown? And today I'm going to answer that, as we'll go into the build collection, which will be linked down below as well. And we'll discuss a bunch of builds that I quite enjoy. We're also going to talk a little bit about how to set them up, because that's actually important. Choosing the right variation in the right way, I feel matters a lot. And we'll go over several type of builds. That's going to be mostly a few strikers. We're going to go over some buffing style builds, then over to some support style builds, which isn't the exact same thing. And then also one style that I really enjoy for Countdown, which is PFE in multiple ways. So yeah, we'll jump into all of those. It's all going to be time-stamped down below, of course, so you can jump around to the build style that you like. It's going to be mostly the build pictures and us discussing it with some in-game, just going in-game to show the loadouts and how to alter them here and there. So not so much gameplay, but of course we had a bunch of that with the second parter of the Countdown guide. So if you're interested in how to play Countdown, either the full guide or the video of it or the practical side of it of running it. So you'll have a bunch of ways of figuring it out. So let's go to the first set of builds. There we go. A little bit rambly, but it's called the literal ramble, the rambling talk. So I don't know what you expect, because I don't know what I expect. Although yeah, I didn't start with, I was on the wrong screen to start with. I might retake that. I want the visual here that we have. How much time? Okay, we're not. So let's go back to the in a few seconds. In a few seconds, because yeah, we want the visual first and then the guides thing to add it from the start.
Agent, Lewis's last
We'll keep that as a
location was
backup.
at the lab. Got word there's a black tusk hovercraft on their
Yeah,
way
we'll
to
need
the
to
plant.
run back there,
You
because
need to
otherwise
recover
Chelsea
Lewis
was
and
about to do a
signal
voice
Taurus for
line.
extraction.
We don't want her interjecting into here. The rogue that she is. The traitor. Let's get back into that position. Pitter patter of tiny feet. Is there better lighting anywhere? Can we get on top of this? We can, right? Actually, Hello. And but also that light isn't real. Turns out. You know what? Let's try one thing here. Super fisheye. I don't hate that as. Countdown is a lot of greens and grays, so it's there is not much anyway. Any way here make something good out of. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as we went over a few versions of countdown. What? Versions come later. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as we went over the countdown guide that I recently made in 2 videos, one being going over the guide, and the second of going over the how to actually play it as is in the guides full. Man, not even on the right thingy. Let's try that again. Hi, Mikey. If you didn't know. And Marin. But yeah, let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble. That didn't work. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about countdown builds, as we went over a guide quite recently, as will be linked down below as well, which is in the guides folder nowadays, as the countdown build, as we went over 2 videos, first explaining the full guide as exists here. It is a long one, it is a long video as well. You can either go to the written guide or to the video of it. We also did the second part of that, going into actually playing countdown and explaining as we go. And the follow-up to that seems a little bit reasonable is to go on to the build collection, as will be linked down below as well, and talk about builds that I enjoy for countdown, as that is a common question. What do I run for countdown myself? And we'll go over some of those options. Everything will be linked down below and also timestamped, so you can jump around. At the core level, we're going to talk about a few striker builds. We're going to talk about a few buff builds, a few support builds that work well for countdown, and then also a style of build that I really enjoy for countdown, which is PFEs. And yeah, we'll go over several variants of them. We'll do that with the build collection and also a little bit with in-game, as I'll also show how I alter the build, or how it's basically saved to be altered with many of these builds, because sometimes you want one version of them, sometimes a different one. And yeah, let's go start at the start, which is what most of the bulk of the team generally wants to be, and that is damage dealers. And in this case, that basically means strikers. So yeah, let's go take a look. Yeah. That felt a lot better. It wasn't the first take. But nobody except you guys will know, so no snitching. Don't be a snitch. Don't reveal Cassie's position. Don't reveal Danny's position.
Agent polarity
No
affected
snitching.
by weapon switch and reload. Safe area entered.
Yeah, we're gonna jump around a lot. So. Do we just do it at the range? I don't want to do it in countdown, because that's just going to be annoying. I might just do it on top here, where I generally go for, like, just talking about builds a little bit. So I never hate this. It's like recognizable, and then there is a little bit of background to it at least. So it's this scene and then this scene, right? And we can use that to zoom in if we want to and specifically talk about stuff. Oh, actually, yeah, there's only a circle here, right? So yeah, so we'll use that when we're on builds. Is that actually on a button? It is on a button. Okay, good to know. Yeah, let's just start at the start. And we're gonna start off with the main damage dealer of most countdowns, which is generally nowadays Striker. While we can go with different things for that, even for instance, yeah, Negotiator can work okay, Hunter's Fury can work okay, several other, even Umbra can work okay in there. Overall, Strikers is still kind of the king of just single target damage dealing, which at points we need, especially during insertion. We're just dealing damage to one of the hunters at a time. We want that single target damaging. Now we can even go glass and stuff, glass high-ends basically, but yeah, overall what I pick, and this is also to kind of talk about this, they are my picks, so I get to kind of talk about the ones that I want. There is in the build collection several actually recommended folders, so there's a buff build, like Eclipse and Hunter's Fury, and Negotiator Dilemma, and a Striker's Battle Gear recommended folder. And in this case, of course, we're gonna jump into the Striker's recommended folder. Now, it depends kind of what difficulty you are going for and what weapons are available to you. That is basically the two core things that kind of matter here is, do you have an Oreo, and are you going challenging or are you going heroic? For especially challenging, I would say going with an Obliterate Striker is the way to go, as is here either in the Elmo or in the God damn it. That threw me off completely. I wish you could just turn that off. Like, why is that even an option that you can't turn that off? And I'm not gonna decline it because they can do it again. But yeah, like, dude, your clan is open. Like, I don't want to join there. I'm not Russian to begin with. Anyway, at least I'm not gonna decline it, and then like they can't send it again. The downside of standing out here, I realize now. And here it's Pillar. As yeah, we're recording some stuff for a YouTube video, so those wondering all those. Well, it's on the pin as well, of course. Actually, yeah, let me take this one, and also we'll take this one out. Okay. As I'm putting some of those files away. As indeed, we're gonna, well, that I started way earlier than the recording actually triggered there. Let's try that again. I would have cut off the first few lines. And we're gonna start off where we need the most of basically for a countdown run, and that is damage dealers. Now, we could go several ways for damage dealing, of course. There is, for instance, a case to be made for Negotiator. There's a case to be made for Hunter's Fury. There is a case to be made even for Umbra, or even Glass high-end Reds. They're still pretty viable for this kind of stuff. But there is kind of a king in that category, especially for single target damage, which we kind of need for the insertion parts where we're fighting, for instance, one hunter at a time. And that is Strikers. And yeah, we're going to recommend that, as also this is kind of my pick, my picks. So I get to pick which we want. Now, here in the build collection as well, to show those off, there is actually several folders here at the top, and yeah, there's a buff build recommended, an Eclipse recommended folder, a Hunter's Fury recommended folder, a Negotiator Dilemmas recommended folder, and yeah, the Strikers recommended folder. And yeah, seeing as we're recommending some Strikers here, let's go into that folder, and it basically falls into two categories. So do we or don't we have an Oreo? And do we want to use it as well? Because Oreo does also limit you in range, even though like its damage output is substantial. That's also kind of reliant on group setup, because if you have some support builds helping you out, you're much more comfortable running an Oreo. But it basically falls into that. Are we running an Oreo or an Elmo, SMG, or AR? Because you can also replace them with other things, as we'll go into in a minute. But that is the core of it. And then on top of that, is it challenging or heroic? And kind of as well, which countermeasures do we have, especially close range buff, as to if we go with a obliterate chest or the striker chest. So we have several different variations in here, and as well, nowadays we can go LMG, because there's actually a pretty good LMG setup available for it as well. Actually, that I should add into this folder, as I keep forgetting. But actually, let's go into the game, as I have one we have prepared earlier, which is just a normal ass striker build. It is the strikeriest striker that has ever strikered, which is the obliterate striker with the Elmo and a secondary ACS, in this case a rock and roll. Now, this generally what I do as well for most of my strikers or most of my characters, I do as well have a chest available at all times to swap in. And then on some of the other slots, depending on the character, some are used for other builds, some are just in there. Most cases, I go with the glove, and there is a specific reason for that, and that's the bloody knuckle as the swap-in piece. But for instance, on this character, I have a Grupo holster and I have a Cheska holster at the ready, as that is actually how their build is actually saved. It is saved as a chest striker with a FAMAS even, and I can alter it to be this. It can actually be really handy to go that route, to basically have all 6 pieces of striker, so you can swap off. So for instance as well, I do even have a mask at the ready, modded and everything, ready to go into a slot if I want to do something weird. But in most cases, it comes down to, do you want a chest striker or an obliterate striker? And that is basically the question between, are you doing challenging or are you doing heroic? On challenging, you can get perfectly by with the obliterate chest, and actually it's recommended. Enemies die pretty fast, so you don't want the chest to stack to 200, because there isn't many places where you can stack to 200. You will likely do it during extraction, so it can be worth it for that. But overall, what you need to know basically is that if you're going with a chest striker, you need to be above 150 stacks generally. At 150 stacks, a chest striker, just swapping the Cheska, for instance, here to the holster and then bringing a chest, it would need to be at 150 stacks to match up to this thing at 100 stacks. That's just how those bonuses will work out. This is 100% times 1.25% basically. So that's the same as the chest striker would have at 150 stacks. So if you're generally above 150 stacks, you can definitely get by. And even on challenging, if you're using the ACS and you don't have, for instance, the close range buff or one of the big damage buffs on there, you can get by. But even, for instance, on heroic, when the close range buff is available, it is actually hard to get 200 stacks because enemies die way too quickly. Then we have the other choice we can make, and that is, do we coyote or do we leave the coyote to somebody else? Because there is such a thing as too many coyotes. Opinions on this are split. Some go as far as to say 1. Definitely not that. Generally, 2 or 3 is enough. Anything more than that, and it starts to become a waste. It also depends on which players have it, because if there is 1 coyote in the team, and for instance, in an incursion setting where that's enough, where everybody's in 20 or in the 15-meter range, so it doesn't matter, multiple coyotes wouldn't give you multiple buffs. In Countdown, there's likelihood of 2 buffs being up quite often. Someone being close range, someone being mid-range, and even quite often, someone being long range, because, yeah, people will just shoot across the map. And if they have a coyote up, they will, of course, have that buff up till they shoot somebody else. But also, the other option is, if there is enough coyotes in there, what you can go with is, for instance, a Grupo mask, as I have here. This is generally what I actually run for challenging countdowns. And this gives me quite a bit more damage. This gives me around 8% extra damage. And that does matter a lot. That can help make things quite a lot easier. Because, yeah, if there's too many coyotes, there's no sense in running even more coyotes. And generally, people, especially random matchmaking, will run coyotes generally. If you're doing it in a predetermined group, in a coordinated team, you can, of course, coordinate who has some coyotes, who doesn't. That's generally what we do, is just go like, hey, how many coyotes do we have? And based upon that, some people will go, okay, I'm swapping. And generally, we try to keep at least a few of them in there. And then, yeah, of course, the option-wise, for instance, that being unchallenging, if we go on to heroic, I would run much more so and something like this. And of course, depending on also what we have, I might go with a Elmo, I might go with the Oreo. Depending on, for instance, if you have a foam eclipse in the team, preferably a hazard protected one, yeah, I would much prefer to then build this because I can close the distance quite well at that point. If you have, for instance, as well, a healer that is running and is pretty good, or other support type things, I might choose to go Oreo. Oreo is especially nice as well during insertions. You will be in the close range whenever you're fighting the hunters, usually where, very short range. So yeah, you could even swap situationally, but Oreo can also get you into trouble, especially during extraction. For that version, I wouldn't, of course, go Cheska Grupo. That is a little bit overkill for it, especially for expecting Coyote. But what I generally actually grab for that is, which I don't have here, is a Sokolov piece, so Grupo plus Sokolov, or even, for instance, if you know that you're going to get a bunch of kills, running Palisade, even with an 8-man team, can work, but of course I can just go Coyote as well and just have that be what I'm doing here. That kind of covers all of the strikers for in Countdown. Although, well, one last one, as that is actually a pretty good setup and works decently well, is to go Cheska Chest. And actually, that's the reason as well, for instance, why I do have a mask. So if we equip that and then go contractors here and actually have an LMG that is set to crit chance, which I'm not sure that I've prepared. As yeah, that is the nature of rambling talks. But yeah, we land on a very nice 50.5 with everything being rolled crit damage, just the Cheska chest. And this actually works really well for Countdown, preferably an RPK, which I might actually even have as well. I don't know. So it would need to be a 3-mod weapon with crit chance third stat, which I could make out of this and reroll that. But for instance, yeah, here for now. This does make for a really good LMG setup, actually. And I'll likely add this into the Striker recommended folder as well. Let's jump on to the next one. Let's see how long that is. That felt maybe long. 9 minutes. But yeah, that's Striker. We needed to go over a bunch of options. In the distance there. Anyhow, hey there, Heartspiller, and hey there, Mentier. Yeah, so for the next one, we need to go to character tree on this. Actually, you know what? I should put the hoodie on there. Let's leave her actually on this. Could have grabbed graded weapon as well, just like just to be the cool guy.
Safe area detected.
Yeah. Actually, I would want to do this on account 2, wouldn't I? Actually, no, it's fine. We'll just do it here. Hers are a little bit better set up for it. Yeah, let's start recording this part. Yeah. And next up, after we have our damage, as what should be the bulk of the team, basically should be damage dealers, a few can go other things. And this is also generally what I actually enjoy running, as I generally leave the strikers to other people, and unless we need the damage or there's already plenty of people that want to run other things, as for instance buff builds, as the next one. In there as well, we have a recommended buff build folder, and yeah, we have a bunch of recommended buff builds here. They are FIs, they are ODs, and even a lost True Patriot, but we were not going to discuss True Patriot here today. We're going to keep it to FI and OD. And actually, we're going to take it to the game, as this is my OD on character 3.01 as saved here. And this is one that I really like as well for in there. OD is a really good buffing build. Now for the season, with the low ammo directive, it is basically we just always have one in the team just to do 5 directives, or at the very least 4 if we leave out cool skills. This will help just alleviate any issues that you have with the low ammo directive, even solo. So it's well worth having anyway, as even on the third account, for instance, this is the first season that directive is back, as we have had pistoleros for quite a bit. I quickly just made one again there as well. And you can set them up in several ways, as we have also with the build pictures, of course. This is the glass variant. Then as well, what you can do if you don't prefer running glass, which I actually do prefer running glass, because also it affects the bleed a little bit, and actually this version does do decent damage. It is getting close to what a glass red, high-end red would do. That is, of course, still not as much as a striker would do, but then, of course, it applies a group buff to others. If you don't want the glass, you can go with Obliterate Wicked, Obliterate Vigilance, either or. Even as well, there is a setup that you can do of going with the chest. I prefer much more to have a separate talent, so you're not fully reliant on when the bleed bullets don't exist, especially in Countdown, where, for instance, you can have the countermeasure on the several first hunters where you can't apply any status effect to them. I would much rather have this Obliterate, just so we can still do some damage to them. If we go back into the game, this glass variant, though, is my preferred one. We're running an Iron Lung, and actually Iron Lung works really well in Countdown, I found. As generally, if you're shooting at a hunter, by the time that they try to turn and disengage and try to go into a corner to heal, that is generally when the flames of this come in and just stagger them for a second or two, and that can be enough for the team to kill them. Of course, all of these builds, for those that don't know, if you're watching this and you don't per se know my content, all of these builds that we're showing today, with the exception of a few, will have build showcases about them already. So you can go in depth as if you want to, as you can search around on my channel for those. And of course, I'll try to link to some of them as well. The OD setup here, just 4 pieces of OD, a chest and a backpack, basically, of either Cheska Grupo, if you're not going for sacrifice, and if you are going for glass, yeah, then sacrifice gift is the go-to, of course. This works really well for its group buff. This gives a 20% amp at half of a mag at any enemy that dies. What I enjoy about playing this build as well is that instead of the next one that we'll see in a second, FI, which is much more reliant on your teammates not getting hit and keeping their armor at full, as we'll be running at a red version. Instead of that, what we have here is that the player that is playing this needs to play well, needs to mark as many enemies as you can. So positioning in a general sense, where you put yourself in some of the zones, so you can quickly shoot at any spawns that are happening, is quite important. And then, of course, as well, being very active and just shooting as much as you can. It is a very easy build to put together and a pretty good, easy starter as bonus build. Now, you don't want to have multiple of these, so this does also require you to kind of keep an attention, either by inspecting people or paying attention if other marks happen. Because yeah, you don't really need two of them. Two of them doesn't really add much. One of them is more than enough. Let's move on to the next in the buffing build section, which is Red Future. And one thing that should be weird, especially in how it is saved here, is that, yeah, it is saved with 5 pieces here. This is one of the things as well. I have a video on this. I'll link that one down below as well, which goes over how to save loadouts. And that goes kind of into this kind of stuff. Because I'm saving it with 5 pieces, and there is a good reason for this as well. And also, its crit chances and crit damages are set up in a certain way. And that is that I can either, although this will mostly be ran with an Elmo instead, because it doesn't need the crit chance for that. I will either run this with the Coyote Mask, being one more Coyote, if the need arises. But if I don't need that, then we can have this mask back. And the version that I generally run is this way, with the BTSU Data Glove. Then as well as it is actually, this is built a 3.01 on, or a 3 point something, not 01, 3.10 on the build collection. It actually shows there with Safeguard. Nowadays with tinkering, I sometimes still do run Safeguard. It is actually pretty useful for this build. It allows you to heal quite well. But I also like Vigilance because you just hit harder. And that's the setup of this build. It doesn't heal much. It generally is, even with the extra of the BTSU, it needs several charges, here kind of like 5 or 6, to heal up a full red even of but what it of course does is apply its 25%, because yeah, it is 15%, but then with the chest, we're taking that 15% to 25% here. And that 25% total weapon damage, so this isn't just a full 25%, where the amp on ongoing directive that we had a second ago, that's a full 25%. This is additive total weapon damage to the team. Now, if people are, especially, and this is the reason as well that I really like this in heroic countdown, where we have generally everybody running chest strikers, if we're in a coordinated team. In that setup, this 25% is a full 25%, because there's no other talents interacting with it, unless people are running Bloody Knuckles, which some people do. That is also total weapon damage. Not having Obliterate or Vigilance on the build will mean that this is at the full 25%. If they are running Obliterate, when Obliterate is full, this is effectively a 20% increase. That is just the diminishing returns that you already get, even with just a 25 plus a 25. So yeah, this setup as well is highly recommended, and I would actually recommend saving it in that way as well, having all 5 pieces saved, because for instance, in smaller teams, or if I'm in weirder setups, I might actually run this and have a little bit of healing and a little bit of damage of myself, giving us, in a 4-man team, the buff is generally not worth it, where the ongoing directive in a 4-man team can help, especially with ammo as well. This doesn't help that much in ammo, but it can give a little bit of healing. But then I would likely run it with a Coyote and let my allies just run without a Coyote, because I'm going to be mostly in the mid-range. You could, of course, as well run this with the Oreo and just do more damage. These were the 2 better and buff builds that I would kind of recommend. Red FI, and although we'll see FI again as also in the support section, because yeah, this in this setup, it is truly a buffing build. The ongoing as well is truly a buffing build. There was another, of course, True Patriot. I wouldn't use True Patriot for there. True Patriot, even with its backpack, is just a 12%. It's just not worth it. There are situations where maybe True Patriot can be kind of worth it alongside of an FI, just because OD won't work alongside of an FI. But Countdown isn't that. There are some raid sections where something like that can be useful, but that's why I'm also going to leave it out of this video. Yeah, let's move on to the next section, where we'll talk about a bunch of support builds. Yeah, a lot of talking. Please be like not 15 minutes. Okay, 9 minutes as well. So close up all those because we don't need them. So support wise, Because yeah, we'll go to character 2 and character 1. And then character 4. So we'll be jumping around a lot. All right, let's open up all their build pictures. So we have that already open. So we have this one. Just full heal. Let's do foam eclipse. Just 4 points. That one. Hazard protected foam eclipse, which is 2 point something. The normal version first, and then the Tankify as well. Wait, no, not this one. Why do we have that one? Oh, FI. Yeah, so just normal FI. Well, actually, normal FI would be 5 point something. Or 16. What else actually support wise? Because yeah, we're gonna, this one is kind of in between support and PFE. I'll put it with the PFEs. Yeah, let's give it to that also, because that's going to be enough anyway. Is any of them on her? No. Let's go to... Yeah, let's go to character 2, because yeah, we'll talk about the hazard protected foam for a little bit. Because there as well, I'm gonna show that I have like different backpacks for different situations. Support pure DC streets running down.
Safe area entered.
And build the spell some bloodsucker, give enough healing when using last gun versus momentum. No, but also generally, if you're running glass, you don't want to rely on any healing or blue armor or stuff like that. Your health gate is your health, is your healing, your health gate, and then follow that up with you know, a revive 5.
Thanks for your business.
A memento can provide a decent amount of regen solo, but yeah, especially if you're solo, memento is just, because also 1% regen is just, you have to see it as it takes you 100 seconds, because that's like what 1% regen means. Every second you're getting 1% of regen, so 100 seconds till you get all of your armor back. And yeah, 2%, you cut that down to 50 seconds, 3%, you cut that down to 33 seconds. And at 33 seconds, you're kind of, you know, in the realm of like, okay, I'm okay waiting 33 seconds for a little bit of my armor, or like my entirety of my armor bar to be back. 1% waiting 100 seconds, 1 minute 40 seconds. It just doesn't amount to enough. As the damage numbers look on the red FI, well, luckily for you, any of these builds, there are damage numbers there. So for instance, yeah, on the On the vigilance variant, although yeah, it's behind my head. Although actually it's also not on screen. But yeah, that is its like top hit. So not great. Like this with an Elmo at 850 RPM. That's not great. But the thing of it is, it giving a buff to 7 players that helps out a lot. So in a 7-player setup, this is actually, in a raid setting, this is actually an increase group wide of the damage by quite a bit as well, by like 6% as a team. And of course, on top of that, we have a little bit more, like, there is a little bit of healing there and stuff. Yeah. So let's take this back to here, and I'll start here, and then I'm gonna do it mostly with the build pictures. Let's actually load up the foam build here. Let's start here. Yeah. And next up, we're going to discuss a bunch of just separate builds. These don't have their own recommended folder per se. We're going to start off with FI, or with Eclipse actually, and then go to FI. Starting off with an Eclipse, just the standard foam Eclipse. Fire Eclipses can work in there, but you have to remember that especially the hunters don't care at all if they're on fire, kind of like rogues. Your effectiveness against them is very diminished. They will just keep firing even though they are on fire. They will stagger for a second and then kind of start attacking again. But for instance here with a foam Eclipse, this is, for instance, one setup for much more so for legendary, but it is easy to set up, so you can actually very easily have this in your lineup and then also use it both in countdown and in legendary. And yeah, it's basically just a courier with, in this case, an improvised glove that is for that 12% skill haste. You could, of course, go by with either electric or handed you basically fill up a slot in some way to have a little bit of extra, or even just put in a BTSU. The courier can be very useful, especially spreading it during extraction is really when this build comes into its own. You can also apply sledge quite handily. These are the builds that will generally just support in some way and then also apply sledges, because sledge is really powerful. It is one of the biggest buffs that we have in the game. So you definitely want to make use of that, and these are the builds to do that. Now, if you want to go a little bit more specialized, you can go with this setup, which is a hazard protected Eclipse. This is 100% resistant to disrupt, and it is together with a BDSU as well. So we go with either a healing hive or, as I have it here, a booster hive together with the foam. We can supercharge, we can either heal or give a little bit of hazard protection as well to our allies. We are fully insulated against any of the disruption that will happen. And that lets us, of course, during extraction be very effective and keep things kind of a little less chaotic. You will get, the hunters will not be able to retreat as easily, even when they're all together in there. The one thing you have to remember, just because an enemy is foamed doesn't mean that they can't fire back, but that's mostly more so for your allies to remember. They will be out of it for a few seconds, and then they will still keep firing even though they're foamed. But yeah, together with the foam as well, we can, of course, again, apply our sledge. We have a Scorpio to kind of help here and there with just CCing a little bit. One thing of note, and we'll jump into the game here again in the setup ways, as we also have it on the build picture here. I have a setup there, and I have a Hermano as well shown on the build picture. And the reason for that is actually important to know as we'll jump into the game. So first of all, that's the reason as well that this piece does not have hazard protection, because we could, of course, have a hazard protection here, which would help against all of the hazards. And then, we can lose one of the mods as we have it here. But the reason I have actually all of these backpacks set up in skill haste and status effect and a skill haste mod is that they're kind of interchangeable with another build that I have on this build, where I do also use status effects. So I have a Hermano in the same way, and actually this setup that I have here as well. As you can see, this is saved in a loadout. So I can either go with any of the buffs that may be relevant. So what I like doing is using the opportunistic at the start, because for the first initial 4 hunters, there is nothing to creeping death to. Basically, we're just fighting the singular. Then I swap to the creeping death and use that to spread around during the fighting through the zones, and then also afterwards, of course, during extraction, especially just spreading the love around. And then as well, if it's going very easily, and also actually at end where creeping that again will not be that useful, I can actually put this perfect overclock down and give everybody some reload speed and stuff, or just run this as well during the mid parts. And yeah, this can be a very handy setup to have, but it is very specialized. This thing is really only countdown and maybe hunter fights in the open world or stuff. But it is very specialized. If you run around a lot of countdown, it might be worth going with that, because the other setup that we had a second ago, which was just a standard foam eclipse, that will work as well for legendary or basically anything else, and can also be very easily turned into a fire eclipse by just putting in a backpack and a vial. That's generally what I basically do with this build for this character to go back into becoming a fire eclipse for when I need that. Let's go on to a bunch of FI setups, which is the other kind of support that you can do there. We already saw FI in just a full buff setup. This is now setups that are not just only there to buff and do their own damage. In this case, for instance, this is the standard raid version, basically, of the FI buff, for the FI buff, basically. If we go into this build picture, this is the standard setup with Survivalist, having a setup backpack, BTSU, again, lefty. All of these builds will have lefty, basically, and a Scorpio, just because that's handy. We're applying our setup, we're healing, and this build then, of course, as basically the raid healer setup, can heal a lot. Where we saw the red FI earlier, that gives the buff, and it's up to the other players to kind of keep it up. This can actually heal for big amounts and keep everybody healthy and going. But of course, this during extraction will get jammed several times. So in the same vein as with we had a second ago with the foam eclipse, taking it to being hazard protected, although that one was completely resistant against disrupt, we can't do the same on FI. FI does not have that 30% hazard resistance on the gear set, so we're stuck not reaching 100%, but we can reach 90%, as is in this layout, with 3 disrupt resistance mods and hazard protection on every piece except the glove. We are reaching close to. We could, of course, forego the BTSU, but the BTSU is actually a really good piece, especially in an 8-man setup. As long as you also are running a hive in a sensible way, for instance, here we're using it, of course, for healing or stuff, then yeah, you can overcharge everybody. The overcharge will also reset all of the hives and such. Even if people lose their hive, their revive hive in the last zone, you can basically help them out by resetting before reaching extraction, and then even during extraction, you can do it again. Even if people are running just foam in their setup, that foam is now a 6-tier foam. Even if it doesn't have the status effect behind it from an eclipse or such and won't spread, that is still very powerful. A BTSU in a 4-man team is pretty good. In an 8-man team, it is one of the strongest buffs that exist. In this case as well, I actually have the Hermano here, but yeah, I would maybe pick the setup nowadays a little bit more damage. Hermano is very good, especially if you're running with teammates that are running their skills. So together with maybe a normal eclipse or the resistant eclipse that we saw earlier, if I can help them out with this, they can actually send out a lot of charges. But you could even go maybe a little bit more coordinated with something like this and maybe have like 3 people running Oxy. The cooldown reduction on this thing is, I think, one of the things that will eventually kind of reach the masses and people will kind of understand how powerful that is. And yeah, in this case as well, we can also go technician with these setups and just go with 1 more blue core, because that can be helpful, making it a lot easier to get. So for instance, also as well, to kind of discuss that, this build, for instance, and also the hazard protected eclipse is actually not that hard to put together, because these are all builds that come from having a yellow core already. So you just put the stat next to them. something like a red FI. So the ongoing also comes with red, so it's really easy to put together. A red FI, for instance, you need to have the pieces coming with crit damage so you can record them. That can make it a lot more difficult. That is also a consideration, of course, depending on how far in your journey you are in Division. Yeah, it might be way too costly for you. Now we're going to go to one last FI before we go on to the PFEs. And yeah, this is instead, we saw basically a yellow FI, we saw a red FI. Could we make a blue FI? It turns out, yeah, actually works kind of okay, and also can actually be a really powerful build for Countdown. So in this case, we have a bunch of blue cores on several of our pieces, together with an electric, the perfect galvanized backpack. This setup works pretty well, as we, instead of healing people up front, what we do is basically give them bonus armor to try to help them keep the FI buff. Because if bonus armor gets hit, this counts both for instance, the FI buff and several other buffs as well. For instance, vigilance is on that as well. If blue armor or a shield is getting hit, but in this case specifically blue armor, you do not actually lose. If you're losing blue armor, you're not losing the FI buff. The FI buff starts dropping whenever you get armor hit. Tangent-wise as well, just a side note, even if you're getting health hits, so for instance in the steam areas, in the cooling tower, if it's the main, you will actually not lose the FI buff. And yeah, the FI buff, again, pretty strong. In this case as well, we're taking it in with, actually, I do have a healing hive here. It does barely any healing. Again, it's just it's just one piece of having a yellow core together with technician. So it is actually tier 2, but yeah, it doesn't have any repair skill backing it up. But we can overcharge again. And again, one of the setups as well that we didn't talk about earlier, but is in the showcases for FI and such. Even without the 6 skill tiers, you can overcharge yourself first one time. That will put you at 6 skill tiers. And then while you are overcharged, because that will happen in this case, so you would overcharge yourself first, then you are at 6 skill tiers. So if you overcharge again, at that point a supercharge happens, and where you overcharge everybody else. So even without the skill tiers, we can actually make use of the BTSU and get a full supercharge on everybody. So yeah, let's move on, as we went through a lot of these support builds. Let's move on to the last section of a set of builds that I really enjoy, which is PFE. And hey there, Mental, and thanks for the raid. Although yeah, as you may have gathered there, I was very much in my own world of as we're recording a piece for YouTube's. But yeah, I'll give you a shout out there. But yeah, very much thanks for the raid if you are still about. Although yeah, I'm gonna guess you have to run right away. Actually, I forgot to make that thing permanent. Actually, can I repin it? Yeah, I can repin it. Okay. I forgot to set that to be manual. It was on a timer, and 20 minutes. Yeah, that's not gonna. But yeah, hey there, raiders. Welcome in. Actually, let me jump to here for a second, where we have the chats and stuff up. And yeah. Let me catch up to here. But actually, no. Before I do that, because I will forget. Let me see how long that section was. That was 11 minutes. That's fine. We're kind of on the target of this. There's a lot of builds to talk about, so we need to talk about them. Let's actually go to character 3. Actually, I might put the sweater on her as well. But yeah, welcome, raiders, and yeah, hey there, Dadcore, Gustavo with the raid in the raid as well. the third time we see him here. But yeah,
Safe area detected.
welcome all. I'm IKEA. I do some math stuffs and some division stuffs and some spreadsheet stuffs, and now actually I'm doing some recording for a YouTube video, which is going to be about countdown builds I like. Basically, we recently, I recently did in-depth guide, or a guide basically for Countdown. We did several videos around that, and this is basically the final one, which goes into the builds that I enjoy running. And yeah, I'll catch up on the rest of the chat in a second. I just want to go here, and of course, the one build we're going to use as well for the PFE setup is, of course, this one. We're going to show it live. And the reason for it is the mod slots here as we go around. Yeah, that took a lot of time. Because yeah, 613 PFEs are they're just can't beat that. Until they add in 14. That would be funny if in the expansion they added 14 PFEs, like 14% PFEs just in the. We didn't change the level of gear, but we added 1% to every gear, so you have to re-gear anyway. Let me catch up with greatest mass and firewall shield for things. What was the? And what was that in reference to amateur? Because yeah, I was likely said while I was recording, but yeah, I wasn't reading chat at all in those times, as I was kind of trying to record. But yeah, let's open up some of these PFEs. Actually, I'll take you guys along. So these all can go now. So definitely, oh no, that's not. So we have that PFE, Striker PFE, definitely. This gal's PFE, definitely. No, that's not it. Character 5's PFE. The striker one first. Then yeah, the high end that one, the high end that one, and then that support for it. Okay. Yeah, let's go into these. Let's put my foot on that one. Yeah, let's continue with recording this and kind of finishing up. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Is that, or that is an apparel, right? Actually. Oh, how am I forgetting? Or was that the completion thing of this thing? Oh, that was a season thing, of course. Yeah, it was young. Yeah, that's what it was. So at the end of it, one would imagine it's purple then. It should be just in front of Z. So how am I not seeing this? Because it should be after this one. Unless it's special named or something. Oh, it's agent. Okay. Or whatever. See that. So you save this as a loadout for this character. There we go. That wasn't even on the screen. Yeah, let's record this last segment. Yeah, I forget I shouldn't be on that. Okay, let's put that other segment away. So how long have we been going? It has already been 31 minutes on the recording end. So it shouldn't be that long, so hopefully we can end it under 40. Would be nice. And next up, we have another one that is kind of around on the build collection, and they definitely also show up in the recommended build list and under. I forgot where they were in the recommended build list. Let's try that just again. That's just to make it faster as well, not to waste time. I accidentally forget that pops up carousel mode. And lastly, we're gonna talk about a bunch of builds that are also kind of all through the build collection, as I generally have one on each of my characters. They are also in the recommended build list as exists there. They're a little bit further down, but yeah, these are the PFEs at there. And PFE is, of course, for protection from elites. Most of the enemies that you see in Countdown, and especially the important ones during extraction, for instance, will all count as elites. There are, of course, a few purples and a few reds, but yeah, the hunters and such all count as elites. And the set of PFEs is just to be a lot easier, and of course, they are pretty good, especially during extraction, to run in there, kind of just be in the middle of the enemy's faces, kind of do PFE things, as I generally say whenever I'm running it, which is to just disrupt the enemy, go and kill healing boxes, keep the hunters busy. Having a PFE during extraction, especially something a little bit chunkier than this one, though, actually, would, for instance, make it a lot more consistent to extract. Same as, for instance, having a foam there. But actually, I enjoy these a little bit better than, for instance, running foam for myself. As that isn't that enjoyable for the person running it, it is just very effective. We're starting here with one of the classics, and especially as well, because this is a little bit easier for newer players to make, which is a striker's PFE. In this case, though, we still need pieces to recore to blue. So in this case, I've done it with the striker pieces, but you could also go with the improvised pieces. And the reason as well that this I would maybe recommend a little bit to somewhat newer players is that you need only 2 improvised pieces. All of the PFEs here are not really beginner builds because you need to craft PFE pieces. That means that you're trying to get basically 2 out of 3 stats right. Depending on setup, you might need 3 of them, especially with the later improvised pieces. We generally use 3, and they will be on the holster, the knee pad, and the glove slot, where generally you would not have mod slots, and then the other pieces will just be normal pieces. For instance, strikers here, we do need, of course, to have 4 pieces of strikers in there, so we are giving a little bit of protection from elites up for that. That's also why we're here with 12 PFEs on all of the pieces and survivalist. And this one kind of needs to be survivalist as well to land on the 70 PFE. Generally, PFE becomes good at least 60%. That is, I would say, the minimum that is going to be worth it to set up in a build. I see some people just running 3 PFEs in a full red build, basically. I wouldn't recommend that. You don't lose much in damage. That much is true as the reasoning goes with that, but you don't also gain much in protection. PFE doesn't start getting good actually until the 70%, honestly. And it is good at the 80%. This striker, though, is set up, as we have had a build showcase on this, it is basically set up to, especially here with the Oreo, to just have a ton of damage on the crit damages and such. We're running 4 blue cores. Now, of course, the amount of blue cores that you run is kind of up to taste. So for Countdown, I do like having 4, for instance, here for extraction. Against rogues, though, for instance, this setup, I would actually like it to have even more blue cores, basically. As we, for instance, go into this second setup, which is a high-end version. Here in the high-end version, we can actually have, for instance, here, we have 78 PFE, but we're also, for instance, not in the territory of needing survivalist. Although, of course, this specific one is just basically me humble bragging as well. As you may see, we have a bunch of PFEs there, all 13%ers, and some people have accused me sometimes of like photoshopping it, but then yeah, actually in the game here as well, this build is actually saved with all of those PFEs. Having all 13%ers puts us at 78%, where having all 12%ers would put us at 72%. At 72%, I would go with survivalist, even on a build like this, just for that extra to be closer to that 80. Here, having spent way too much time getting 13 PFEs as I have here, it allows us to go firewall. And of course, with firewall, I'm giving, whenever I'm close to an enemy, all my allies, and that is both subgroups, actually get a damage buff against that ally. Together, I get to have the striker shield, the firewall shield, which increases my damage output as well by a significant amount here. And all of that can be actually very powerful, although, of course, at a cost. If you are going with 12s, which most people understandably will go for, even on my second or third account, I don't have this amount of PFE, so I go with 12s there. Yeah, getting up to, that's if you're getting up to the 72, if you're getting up to the 75, so for instance, if you have 3 13s, this kind of build becomes viable. One other thing is, as well with this build, of course, is Adrenaline Rush and Intimidate together. And as well here, I'm running the Coyote here, and I will actually generally run this Coyote. I will basically be the person keeping up the close range buff for the Coyote up as much as I can. I'm expecting others to have Coyote as well, and then they give up, they have the mid-range buff. But I will just constantly be providing the team with the close range buff. And then yeah, Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush, especially during extraction, is one of the best talents here. There is a lot of enemies around. You are basically invincible as you go in, because also you have the PFE there with the shield as well being PFE'd. Here we have 3 blue cores. That is more than enough for this build with Adrenaline Rush, with a shield as well. I might get hit by something weird, of course, or somebody might deploy a skill and I might get mortared in the face. I just will need to take cover for a second, heal back up, and then just get back into the fight. Having an Oreo setup with this works really well. Although, of course, yeah, if you don't have if you're just going 12 PFEs, go with Survivalist. Go with having then at 80% maxed out here. Keep the shield. Shield is very good for a PFE build. Anything that is a buffer kind of thing, which also includes Adrenaline Rush, helps a lot that you arm with PFE, because all of those benefit from the PFE. The PFE has its properties do go to your shield as well. Next up, we have the shotgun variant, kind of a similar thought style. This one is set up to be at, on the build, basically 50 with the watch. And then, of course, we can have several weapons that can take us to the 60. This, though, then is not kind of set up for, per se, a countdown. If you're going into countdown, you can actually set up at 50 crit chance, so you could have a few more weapon handlings, which could help here a little bit. But here, for instance, I have just 1 weapon handling. This is one of the things with PFE. You do have high-end pieces. So, for instance, actually, I didn't talk about that in the Oreo variant, but yeah, this is with headshot rolls on 5 of the pieces, and that's because yeah, I'm already actually too high on the crit chance. But yeah, we don't actually have anywhere else to lose crit damage for something else. And yeah, I'm going these headshots. And actually, for instance, this is also a good segue to talk about headshot and stacking headshot and crit damage. These 5 headshot rolls, whenever I hit a headshot, I do 20% more damage on the headshot, just because of the diminishing returns of the combined, because the crit damage and the headshot, of course, are additive to each other. So yeah, 50% worth of headshot is getting me just under 20% increased damage whenever I'm hitting a headshot. That is, of course, not really worth it, but the question is, what else do I put here? And this is fine. There's 20% more damage on the headshots, even though I don't headshot much with it. I'll push in and try to, but it is more damage that I wouldn't have without those. And there isn't really anything else I would want in those slots. Going back to this one, this shotgun setup, then one of the great picks is of course Scorpio, and Scorpio works really well against the hunters and also for CCing. You do give up a little bit of damage, less so now that we have a detox available on them. But you do give up a bit of damage. This one, for instance, this PFE is much more set up, especially as well with its 4 blue cores. It's much more set up for rogue fights or maybe solo play fights. That's also why it is at 60. But this, of course, will work wonders still in Countdown. Lastly, we'll go into a kind of support plus PFE. What if you mix them both? And that's kind of this setup. The setup is with a chill out, but the chill out isn't per se, well, actually it is kind of required in the line that we're going here, but you could give up a little bit of your personal regen as we have here, because we have 3-piece Gila, 1-piece Bellstone giving us a combined 3% regen. You could actually, because we have Galvanize here giving us bonus armor, you can actually go 2-piece Golan and actually go with the Hunter Killer, the named Golan Intimidate chest piece. Then you would have 2.5%, so 0.5% less, but then you would get perfect Intimidate. So you could kind of link it up like that, because you would need the 2 pieces underneath to be PFE. But one thing that the chill out actually does allow us to do, this is the one of the few uses of the chill out actually, because you can't use it in a lot of setups, especially not if you're trying to do damage. You're giving up that brand bonus. Here we are giving up that brand bonus for instance, in this case, for some PFE. So this extra mod here allows us to, this holster, of course, does not have a mod. This then is, 3% regen on itself. It is a little bit too blue. Actually, in-game, I have this now at these 2 blue cores, or some of the blue cores have faded, and it has become 4 blue cores. That seems to be more than enough for my purposes. But yeah, we have Vanguard and Galvanize. Galvanize is actually pretty good. You can trigger it just with the Scorpio. The Disorient of this will trigger it. Then the Shock will trigger it if it's on, if it just came off of cooldown. We have Vanguard providing us with just pulling out our shield, and then all of the allies around us will get some blue bars. Now, pairing this, for instance, together with the red FI we had earlier, then the red FI is just providing the buff. This is then providing the blue bars. That combination actually works really well, as we've run it a bunch of times. But just by itself as well, this can be a fun setup to run around, because that's also one of the things, is that, you do want to have a little bit of a variety with Countdown. If you're just going always in with Red Strikers, it can become eventually a little bit boring. For me personally, I like jumping around on builds, and of course I have a lot of builds to jump around on. Let's as this is the last PFE we're going to talk about, even though I have many more, but I think you got the gist. Let's go to the conclusion. Let's go back to the build collection for that. We're just gonna discuss it with the build collection here. Neither Vinny. This previous circus. Oh yeah, a lot of the setups. I mean, I like PFE a lot. There is a reason. Literally, one of the reasons I have that many PFEs is I want one on every character. Because if I run into rogues and stuff, especially in the past, especially in like random teams, like I like having a PFE. So if I PFE there, and then like this guy has the strikers, and then this gal has the Oreo version PFE, and then this one has the regen one, which you didn't show here, and then the shotgun one. And even on third account, I have a strikers one. It's well worth having as a setup. It just sometimes matters. Let's round this out. Let me put that recording away. Also see how long it is. Because this isn't it, right? And then this also isn't it? No. There we did 12 minutes. So we're going to go a little bit over 40. But the PFEs as well kind of have some. We're on 44, so we're going to go for the 50 likely. Yeah, let's run this ad so we can go play ourselves some video games. And there we have it. As a common question that comes up is, what countdown builds do you enjoy? Those are the recommended builds. I would also like to clarify there, as we went through, as some strikers, because you can have other damage dealers. Some of the support, or well, first the buff builds, as we went over the two predominant ones, which is FI and especially in red version, the red FI, and the ongoing directive, as both exist. Then as well, of course, some of the support builds and some healing and some CCing in several forms. And then PFE, as just especially with countdown, it is very nice to have that option. And it works really well, especially during the extraction, if you play it right. If you're not playing it from behind, but you're rushing up in there and being in the hunter's faces and stuff, you can actually make it very easy for your allies to mop up behind you and just be safe, basically. But that isn't the full story on countdown, because as I alluded to, for instance, I do run a bunch of other builds. I will definitely sometimes run negotiator during the mid fights, and the end fight during the extraction is pretty good, as you can mark several of the hunters. They have a big pool, especially as well. You have enemies that have big pools, so. Not per se maybe this focus variant, much more so an obliterate variant like this one. I would run quite a lot. Even for instance as well, just running high-end reds, glass reds for instance, mostly because as well we can go with some of the different weapon types, and these have upfront damage, which can actually be nice to have maybe 1 or 2 people run this kind of build, where you're going in against the first hunter, and generally also the first hunter during extraction. Everybody will have lost all of their stacks as we're going around looting and getting the bucks. This thing is at full power from the first shot, basically, especially if it is together with an foam eclipse, keeping enemies locked up. So there is value to this. Even outside of this as well, it is quite valuable if you are even going with something like strikers, to consider leaving out the Elmo, as Elmo of course is very popular. But if you're running another high-end weapon there, you can for instance run a secondary Scorpio. Scorpio is of course one of the big broken things that has existed forever. It is very overpowered, and especially against hunters and such. And yeah, we didn't even go into some of the other things we could run, because even for instance, combat medics, I run them quite a bit actually in countdown. I do enjoy it. They are pretty powerful in there. They deal their own damage and they heal, so they don't have the buff. Basically, they are the other side of the triangle, where for instance, a red FI buffs but doesn't heal much and does its own damage. This does its own damage but then heals instead of the buffing. And then of course a full FI, full yellow FI usually it doesn't do much damage but then heals and buffs. So you can go different routes in that. Even running, for instance, Hunter's Fury can be really nice for the zones, not so much during extraction, but even during extraction you can get enemies to bunch up. Even off kilter builds like having Oxy as sometimes, for instance, pairing this with foam eclipses, having multiple of these, especially if they have a Hermano, you can get actually a really fast chem going. You wouldn't want everybody to be running this, but you could have, for instance, 2 or 3 people running a foam eclipse, hazard protected per se maybe, and some running this. You can find quirky ways of going about it. Generally as well, just mixing it up. Even for instance, I have been known here and there of running Umbra in there. Not because Umbra is good, not because Umbra is powerful, not so much in the PvE end at least, but because it's something different. It will help make a run or 2 or 3 kind of go like, oh, okay, yeah, let's try to get the Umbra thing going. So more so than just the how powerful a build is, although sometimes it is important to have a good team setup, especially in heroic. In challenging, you can much more easily spread your wings and try different things. But on heroic, you do want most of your team to be strikers, basically, as support and maybe a buff build, and then maybe a PFE during extraction. That is generally like if you're trying to min-max. But also that is not per se required. Once you have actually 3 strikers and a buff build, you're kind of set. The rest of the team can run what they want. And something like healers even as well can make it actually a lot more enjoyable to run them, just because the frustration of being pinned down and such, or the frustration of being dead, for instance, can get in the way. Overall, for countdown, you can basically run anything, even headhunters. Although I generally don't, I avoid them. Determined headhunters can be made to work in there, especially on challenging, but I find them too cheesy. Yeah, that kind of goes through some of the options that you have here, and even a few extra ones. And yeah, that kind of concludes this video, as we'll leave it off there. I hope you learned something and found it enjoyable. If you did enjoy this video, if you want to help out, please do any of the algorithm things down below, as it does help out. So that is so it's worth saying on my end. And yeah, for my next video, we're gonna actually go into my thoughts on the First Descendants, as I spent some time in there. So we'll go into that. That will be followed up actually with a video about watch alts, as recently I learned a bunch of stuff about it. So we got to run a few runs, so I kind of know a few more things, and we'll go into that. So yeah, I hope you join me for those ones, and as always, have a good night. That was the outro for the video. I went a little rambly, but you know what? They're literally called rambling talks. So if you have complaints, please reach out to no one, nowhere, in no way. If you have complaints, please pray to whatever God you believe in, and just maybe it'll help. Yeah. Let's go down here, back to where we were. Yeah. So that's gonna become the video. That took us an hour and a half, so that's not too bad. What I wouldn't mind doing is actually first getting this. So, proper caches. I wouldn't mind getting a weekly in, and I might go for that in a second. Detox White Death. Too bad those things are not worth anymore. Although actually, I don't know. Let's go to the weekly first. Let's do it on this character. What I got? That's it. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna forget to get those SHG requisitions otherwise. Let's go get this character's SHG requisition, and then I'm gonna jump to character 2 there, and we're gonna do a weekly.
Safe area entered.
Because also this eats up a bunch of these resources that we can then fill back up. Not that I ever get into issues with those. Because I'm kind of thinking actually going to second account and doing another watch alt run, but maybe we'll leave that for tomorrow. Because I'm not kind of in that mood. That's like I said, good game, but nothing good shit. Yeah, it's kind of my what I'm gonna talk about as well in there. I feel like it just mostly lacks the good things to shoot at, and then together with that, also
Safe area detected.
the grind really becomes very Asian. Anyway, we're gonna go do a weekly, which is Black Tusk, which is DARPA and Pentagon. And if anybody's interested in joining me for that, we'll bang out another weekly. I'll likely follow that up with a daily as well.
You want it?
Because, yeah, we can never have too many exotic caches or exotic components. Actually, I'm pretty full of. Could spend those on something. Oh, yeah, that project. That's what I was going to go get. Eat up all those resources and stuff. And yeah, for me as well, I did uninstall it just as well to just not tempt me. I don't mind it that much, but yeah, the younger IKEA would have really liked that game. This IKEA though, yeah. But I didn't regret my time with it, especially because also I did answer like, yeah, well, what does a big studio think that in 2020, entered. In the year of our Lord 2024, what is a looter shooter? And their answer was basically Warframe's mod system with Destiny's map and stuff, and then third person.
Agent polarity linked to weapon switching and reloading.
Wait, did I go to New York? That was the League. Done the League already. Yeah, let's go back to DC. I was like, oh yeah, Wall Street. No, Wall Street is part of the League, which we've already done. I wouldn't mind actually getting part of that done later on as well. I might actually just matchmake or run Wall Street. Maybe another time. Just to get some of those...
affected by weapon switch and reload. Safe area detected.
Some of those... disorients on Rikers on there. Let's run the negotiate attack time. I might start solo. I might not matchmake for any of these. I might just run them solo. If you have no takers. Is it possible to toggle mission to make them invaded and get the visas for Nemesis? No. So the invasion is, you can only have the invasion that is active that week. So it rotates around the map so that, yeah, you have to kind of wait it out, basically. We'll take 4. That's not matching. Yeah, if anybody's interested in joining me, just past the staff offices. Say so. I'm just gonna start off solo. Although maybe I should have kept the 3 directive then. But actually 4 isn't too hard to get with.
Intercepting enemy
it's more these 4 don't.
Multiple hostiles on the main road. Approaching the bridge.
Actually as well, I kinda wanna see. Wait a second. I love how there he just shoots the shield because we're getting staggered.
Unit 2, what's your status? Unit 2, do you copy? Black Tusk must have set
forgot how strong this buff is.
They weren't taking chances. We've got to press on.
This buff is like really
You're headed
strong.
for a small dam just north of your position. This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're starting our push towards the
I'm gonna do the weekly.
Leader.
So if you're interested, maybe join me for that.
Intercepting Black Tusk communications.
This is the third, like, okay-ish looking ACRE I've seen today.
They're going for the helipad. Get in front of them and fuck up their day. Ghostlight, we need immediate extraction.
Awesome.
Ghostlight, en route. ETA 20 mics.
Jump on Discord. In case for in a second. And hey, man, after reaching level 26 or not. Yeah, to the animal.
Another agent has joined your group.
Just gonna guess as much. Oh. Yeah, I answered it. Let me know if it was maybe an ad or something, but yeah, I saw your DM there. Oh, actually, that was from earlier. That's from way earlier. Yeah, we'll jump into... Actually, we'll jump into the other one. I bet that. Yeah, no reason. Yeah, thanks for poking in. But yeah, for the invasion, yeah, you need to wait basically to the other weeks, and then Manning. Whenever Manning is up, you can get a random piece from there. Probably having the extra long load. But as well, anybody else interested in joining us, just let us know. Yes, yeah. Weekly in. So I'm trying to clear my status in there. Ah, no. Hey, Pamik.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Another agent is now in your group.
That was a long load.
You mean mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm alt-tabbed, and when I'm alt-tabbed, it's...
Extra
Nope.
long. Yeah.
Yeah. Even yesterday, if you could notice when we were doing the dance, I alt-tabbed, then I went back, and then we were synced in, then we weren't in sync anymore, because when I alt-tabbed, it's that slow. I'm on like 9 FPS.
Alright, no one else seems interested, so I came for seconds.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, it's one of the reasons to sometimes have multiple characters, then you can multi-do it.
Over here!
So we got a weekly in again. Maybe if you guys are up for it. The scent is gluttony. It's not the best. I wouldn't mind
But
just...
it's certainly not sloth.
Yeah, it's enough to get to
Vital signs critical.
the nemesis. Just so I don't leave my run till the last day again and just almost forget. Oh yeah, actually that's an idea. This character actually has the kind of the rifle build, the silly one though. Might actually slap that together for the next mission. But actually for here, I'm gonna stay negotiator for a second. Actually, yeah, we do have to watch out the reloads aren't from the void. I should have enough time. Is that at full value? It's hard to tell. Oh, that is at full value. Okay. Negotiator might be actually the way to go for this. Unless I saw that wrong, but that looked at full value. Let's get this resource.
Unit 1 leader, have you reached the objective? We have it in sight, but we're encountering heavy resistance. Are you going to be able to lock down that helipad? We're
I'm
working
just
on it.
looking if the ammo directive is active. And when I reload, I go to the reload the whole mag, so I lose the ammo, but I have the higher cap, which is weird. Oh wait, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I broke it again.
Approaching your position.
Copy that. We
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
move, Chief. Are you talking to me? Who else
But
are
I
we
just
talking
booted a
to?
game.
Gather your shit and let's go.
Wasn't that I had the game on?
I guess you're right, turns out. you play the it gets easier. Yeah, exactly.
This is Galveston. Chicken
Yeah,
Hawk
this one is
on
very
the
much
road.
just
Finally. Chicken Hawk.
do the thing, and you do actually get
Into the
good
tunnel,
rewards
Chief.
for it. Alright, let me choose that.
They must be cutting through the bunker. There's an entrance just ahead. You should still be able to catch them.
So wait for them to load in.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh,
No,
this.
I'll still get one crate. They're in range. It's not named there. That's it. Or actually, well, they're kind of skipping that route, I think. Let's try to go get up here. Well, you know what? Yeah, negotiator seems like a good one. Oh, is that full amounts? Yeah, I would need to actually watch it on. Looked like full amounts. Like I didn't see any reduced amounts there. Let's go back. Right. That's it. Well, generally as well, like when I say it's open for anyone, just feel free to open.
Why is that door
Basically,
still
first
open?
first come,
Closing
first
now,
serve.
sir. Door sealed.
Shit. No way you're getting through there. You're gonna have to take the long way around. Divert southeast around the ridge.
Spread from dog was definitely at the normal amounts. Although, do I lose my charge if I because the kill shot would count as kill shot? Do I lose my charge? Not that that wouldn't matter. Because yeah, Eclipse loses his charge like constantly. Let's go upstairs first and get
This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're pinned down, taking heavy losses. Is the helipad locked down? Negative! We can't break through! Shit. We can't let Ellis get away.
it is marked. One thing that is at least nice about this thing, instead of guardians and stuff, is yeah, you have agency, so you get to, you know, for instance, with the head on the tech tanks, like you needed the right target to be marked here, not particularly. You just, you can swap your weapons and. Because one simple trick that actually is kind of handy to know is if you triple swap, you swap your polarity of your main weapon even without taking a shot. So. And either cute pay. Cute name.
Oh, I have portable device here for this character.
Ghostlight, where are you, buddy? On approach.
One of the resident fans.
You're gonna have to stand by for a few. We're taking our sweet time.
Sounds like you could still overtake Ellis. Unit 1 leader, do you have eyes on Ellis? Unit 1 leader, do you copy? Shit!
Watch it! There's a hit!
There's one on the side there. Jump in the wrong polarity for.
System curtailed. System restored. Serious trauma detected.
Let's see that guy. Let's maybe clear it out here. We're the four of us. So let's clear it out first and then I'll come back for the loot.
You should have eyes on us in a minute here.
Okay.
Because we'll still have our charge here.
We're gonna lose him.
Makes a sound if you're hitting allies as well on the wrong polarity. Yeah, let's go back to the pier and get a bit there.
Loot, loot.
I'm gonna guess how much I did this mission already to that other character. I have shotgun, so.
Where's the portable device? There it is.
Oh, nice. Yeah. How much I got his first 13 BFE? At 2.3k. Good setup.
Get him out of here! You're not coming? This is the job, Chief.
Yeah, that this always ends.
He's away.
No, god damn it!
Especially with Ragers, what I did there wasn't really that useful. Maybe in a dog. Sounds like a sitcom. Heavy and the dog. Heavy and One is pretty heavy, the other is a dog.
Good hit. Center mass. Getting Ellis was always a long shot. Black Tusk specializes at dealing with situations like this. But the site is under our control. We didn't give the enemy time to clean up after themselves. There's gonna be a lot of useful intel there. We can take our time picking through it.
What are we gonna do tonight, Heavy? We're gonna need a bucket. That's what you always say.
Okay, I'm gonna restart the game because, yeah.
Oh, you have that issue. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
turned it off in your world as well before you join up. I think that's also causing it. Yeah, let's take it back to DC then. Although you're good, you can just maybe just jump off yours and just load up then.
Yeah, I'm gonna travel as well because then I'm gonna need to travel away anyways, so.
Agent Polarity affected by weapon switch and reload. Safe area entered.
I'll let you load in here before we drag you with us.
Glad
An
to see
agent
you.
is no longer in your group.
Yeah, how many stars am I up to in the end? 46.
Okay, so let's turn it off.
And in the meantime, we'll go to Pentagon. I'm gonna grab an Eclipse for this one. The build I loaded there was not an Eclipse. Accidentally.
Okay, and let's restart the game as well.
Agent Polarity linked to weapon switching and reloading.
And we'll get started. We'll keep the spots.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time, so.
I'm just gonna take 3 directives on both of these, just not to have to deal with other issues.
Black Tusk has been airlifting heavy drilling equipment to the center courtyard. The priority is to take out that operation and prevent them from extracting whatever it is they're looking for. Then, we need to figure out what it is they're looking for. I'll do what I can to support you from here.
Polarized hostiles in proximity.
One way also to deal with this is we both bumped each other. His skills. Skills don't care about polarity. Is it just one resource here? No, it's the. Let's work on it, man. Anyhow. We have all of the resources.
All the resources.
And then a crossbow for these guys. Oh, a 3-man? We got one.
Before it loads in, I'm gonna get my medicine.
Intercepting hostile communications.
He means a beer, right?
Double up patrols and sentries. Divisions on site.
Alcohol.
Not sure we can afford to.
Right.
Like, I'm
We're already
gonna
on schedule. Just
take
get
the
it
medicine
done.
and I'm gonna drink
That's
beer
not
to,
great.
make it
Expect heavy
easier.
resistance on your way to the drill.
Move up and serve. Target has been spotted.
Drone going out.
They got shields now.
One nice thing as well is just you see where everything's spawning. Actually, polarity is pretty good as well for those that want to learn where spawns are.
Don't see it.
This is one of the better ones for that. It's everything except for mechanicals will be marked.
Explosive compound detected.
You should be able to use that to take out the drill.
Pinkish.
Send reinforcements to the center courtyard. We need to keep that drill safe. Understood, Command.
And if you are running Guardians solo, that's really the only place that Guardians can get in the way a little bit. Especially if you're in groups. Yeah, Guardians is one of the like easier ones in groups, but yeah, in groups. Yes.
It's fun in groups,
Yeah.
but not in solo.
I mean, it's still fine in solo as long as you're not just full red. It very much isn't for full red. But also you don't need to be full red because, yeah, you can get pretty big damage with it. Partially as well, you just need to know its tricks. Because even, I see a lot of people, like, having watched a bunch of other streamers during the Amazon. A lot of them just like complaining. They have like one guarded person in front of them and then the Guardian is far away.
Destroyed.
But you just melee that guy. You just melee that guy and then the shielding goes off of them and you just murder the guy in front of you. So it's partially as well, knowing the destroy that.
Drill offline.
Excellent work. Command, the drill is out of commission. We need to eliminate these assholes. Redirect all available units to intercept.
Another agent is now in your group.
Sledges on them. Let's put some sledge on myself.
Okay, there's an air-gapped server in the Naval Wing. It has a complete inventory of projects and assets based at the Pentagon. We'll need that project list. If your access is blocked by the lockdown, Isaac should be able to access the system and obtain a security key.
G'day. I mean, I shouldn't have, it turns out. But if you don't check it, it's gonna be a 30 BF. That's how it actually goes. From the courtyard back inside.
Really? It's still active. What the fuck? Okay.
Might be for that character in this session. Because I think we had that. I don't remember whatever happened the last time.
Electronic lock detected. Searching system for
I
access.
know, we were
code.
playing a mission, then I crashed, and after when I got back from the crash, it was fine.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Oh, they survived that.
Come on, man.
Authentication successful. Access granted.
We lost contact with the atrium. Lock everything down.
Now I have a... What the...
Securing the worm. Bravo
No, I
1-6,
don't know.
redirect to the server cluster.
Wilco, 1-6 en route to the server cluster.
Oh, and either Sharrock Freak. Oh, actually, we need to keep tradition here before I even give you a shout out. Look at this. Department of Defense, 2 flags and an eagle. We need to select this. Needs to happen. It's the law. And yeah, we had a good stream. Thanks for coming on over. I'll give you a shout out here. As are you also a Division streamer, or are you just... Because I might have seen your name, but also I'm horrible with names. So don't hold it against me. If we've interacted before, but yeah, it's always... As I'm always... Alright, we didn't get a rogues this time. It's nice. Let's do that. Murder here. Okay, nice. As I hear as well, just going around doing my second weekly here. As I end up doing them a bunch. Don't shoot me.
They're going for the servers. Copy. 1-6 in position to intercept. En route to reinforce you.
I'm gonna wait for my hive to fill back up, and then I'm gonna swap off this for this room. Or for the boss room, basically. Could try going for a quick kill, but I don't think we have the firepower for that. So maybe just do it the classic way. We'll just set up on the sides and just deal with them that way. But yeah, also welcome all the raiders.
What we're getting here is paramount to our continued security.
And for those that may not know me, I make math stuffs and spreadsheet stuffs and build collection-y stuffs. So all of those are linked down below, so you can have a looky-loo. Need all of the IKEA stuffs, even some Nokia stuffs. With some of the builds.
Friendly forming stuff.
That's also, yeah. Gonna just go obliterate striker. How many coyotes do we have? One. I'm gonna add one in as well. The Eclipse here is just gonna get jammed. It is actually kind of handy to have an Eclipse that is with Technician, because yeah, you can actually Faraday yourself and just be saved that way. I don't have that set up here, so. Oh, I forget. I'm not. Like, why am I not marking the dog? I'm not negotiator. I was running negotiator earlier. Here we're just boring striker. And if somebody has the button.
Interfacing. Connection established.
And the server places are mostly up on the sides. Being in the middle there is very deadly. Also, yeah, we're not going for the, I mean, we can go try for the quick kill, but we don't have the firepower here to really do that.
System.
Let's try.
System back online.
It's kind of dangerous.
System curtailed.
We don't need to just kill the boss, we need to as well then survive what happens after.
System reactivated.
Watch out, the sniper dog is just
Yeah,
not going down.
it's a mini one. But there he is. Oh, I love him here.
Serious trauma. Error. Data corrupted.
That doesn't sound good. That EMP must have wrecked the servers. So much for Plan A. Plan B is to take data directly from their
Solo,
own
I can
systems.
agree with that.
They have a command post on
in
a
a
rooftop
group
not
setting,
too far from your position. That
there is
should
a
have the
value to a
information
full
we're looking
red
for.
that is unmistakably so. Especially in a group setting. Because if the full team can be, you know, especially if it's supported. So for instance here, not so much, but in other parts where it is supported. I'm gonna grab a sticky. So actually you try to get the double kill here.
Yeah, I wish I had a Ravenous, I don't.
Said let's go with engine then.
Okay, so we're going for double kills, so I'm gonna go
Oh, they
strike her.
fixed it up that he's back there again. He would not show up there for quite a bit.
EFP sticky.
I need to remember that my sticky's on the wrong key. But yeah, in a solo setting, I can definitely agree with that.
You'll be looking for a big comm tower. Expect that they'll swarm all over that
do
position
need
once
to
they
get the
realize
engines
you're hooked
off.
into their system.
Good there. Oh, hey, he didn't drop his boss loot there. He dropped just normal loot. Because normally he would drop his boss loot there and then he would drop normal loot in the boss fight. And then touching some of these. Because they fixed his animation as well, where he just hovers over when you're downstairs.
Hold them off. I'll send in reinforcements from the hover.
Murder him again here. Let's try to one phase him here as well.
Marauder-class quadcopter detected.
I'm happy that thing did no damage to me. Vengeance doesn't matter much here because he still gets away even without his vengeance. Wait, did he drop bus loot? I'll check in a second. Did he?
Doesn't look like just two things.
Data damaged. Attempting to restore deleted files.
Great job. I'm pulling up the recently accessed files to get a look at what they were after.
Should maybe always just drop 2 items. Because maybe Brenner drops the boss loot. Always being a dick.
It's just weird that I break the game like this. Why? I want ammo. And if you force me to play with double directors, give me more XP.
You need to go melee.
Oh, my, you know what it likely was? I have my directives. Like, I totally forgot that the world directive is still set. Actually, I thought I did off. Didn't I? Turn it? Maybe not.
We have 5 directives now because mission.
I still have like.
Yeah, no, but I thought
2.
I had turned off my world directives when I didn't. Because
Yeah,
that,
but I
that
have
was
still-
part of that fix. Like that time I turned off my world directives as one of the first things. That's likely what double bugged there.
Yeah, it's weird.
We'll take this one down already. You can have the next one. Because everything's just fast travel there, but yeah. Immersion! Who doesn't like taking elevators? Mass Effect, I'm looking at you. Let me go back to Eclipse in the meantime. So. For this whole mission, I'm
Keys. There are keys here. Did you know that?
exactly.
Or was that just lucky spawn?
No, that's what we were waiting for. Everybody to be there. No, let's take 3. We definitely don't want cool skills on this one.
The bioreactor is deep in the DARPA labs. This time, they know you're coming, and they know where you're headed. So be ready for anything.
Command says we might get visitors. Keep your eyes open.
Heavy contact.
Yeah, totally. Just walk into the fire. Black Disc, smart enemies.
Echo 2, this is Brenner. Where are we at on the charges?
Set, but not wired, Chief.
Better hurry up. You're not alone down there.
Funny thing is, the 18 minutes heroic run was like... What's season 1, I think, so yeah, it's got 4 years ago.
I'm thinking if it was even during the season 2.
Actually, I think it was in... No, it was in season 1. It was before Eclipse existed at all. But I still vividly remember
Power spike detected.
parts of that
That's
run.
not good. Brenner's team
those
must be
runs.
using that power for something. Keep your eyes open.
Yeah, that was during the time we actually tried.
Well, the thing was also we didn't have... We were running this as glass reds. Strikers didn't
Assault
exist.
drones
Eclipse didn't
detected.
exist. Oh, and Strikers existed, but wasn't
Hostile
really
striker
listed.
drone detected.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go for
the
both
one
of the
we have now.
buttons. Somebody can be on the left one here as well. Just so I can be free to run around.
Active power terminal detected.
Get Isaac close enough, and let's see if we can shut that power down.
Commencing shutdown. Remain nearby. Range exceeded. Shutdown halted. Assault drones detected. Assault drones detected.
Okay, likely because I started this one. That way was way faster than German. I'm saying.
Power terminal deactivated. Hostile drones detected.
You're halfway there. Get that other power terminal offline.
Ooh, living on a farm.
I was about to
Power
do that as
shutdown
well.
complete.
That should stop those drones.
I mean, that was literally
Immediate
the
medical
joke we kept
assistance needed.
remaking here and over and over.
Hostiles eliminated.
Get going. We've got to secure that bioreactor.
I remember hearing that, you know, each run. Because actually getting 18 on this was, at least for the team I was with, like maybe with a better team, it would have been easy, but with the team I was with at the time, we really needed it to not spawn way too many heavies,
Almost there, but we
not
need to
spawn
get
way too
everything
many
exactly
bullshit.
right. This is fragile equipment.
Understood. Brenner will hold him off as long as we can.
Alright, diamond back is really strong.
And especially these buffs. And
Yeah.
the Omni.
Just in 20 mil on a shot, easy. And even without it, I was still 2-tapping everyone.
Yeah, especially with a buff like this. Setups like that can... Those warhounds should be swift. The strategy is usually to kind of push up here.
Team 3, get in here. Almost there. Hold on just a little longer. Seal the testing ground. We're being overrun.
Trying to go, under us.
The only way you're getting that reactor is over on dead body.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Two warhounds here. Oh, jam this out.
System malfunctioning. System
They have a
restored.
hole in the back, so yeah, especially if like shooting with weapons, just shoot him in the back.
Lockdown enacted. All entrances sealed.
If I'm
Start
reading
shot
these
rounds here.
schematics right, you should be able to get through the vents.
Pull up on keys, oh yeah, that one. Gonna have all of the armor breaks. Gotta catch them all. Am I bugged? No, I didn't bugged. What I am, though, is somebody who doesn't care about if I have armor or not. It's a meaningless proposition. There's only backpacks there, right?
Go, go, go! Get it on the barge!
Serious trauma detected.
These are downstairs, left, and up somewhere. These ones are fixed heavies. Always get these. Well, actually, you get two, guaranteed. third one is by chance. But yeah, especially you would get sometimes runs where you had way too many heavies. And then we just reset. Because back then heavies were actually still dangerous.
System curtailed.
They didn't just melt the striker.
System reactivated.
Indeed, let's get the key.
Helipad is secure. Where's my bioreactor?
On the barge. Sending it your way now, Command.
These tunnels don't seem to be on any plans. You're on your own for now.
Come on!
Mess.
Stop these assholes!
Twice. We'll just bounce one up the ceiling then.
Gate control located.
Maybe a little bit earlier now. Sorry.
Gate control located. Gate jammed.
Gate jammed and gate peanut buttered. Oldest dad joke of this mission.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Hostile!
Good reach.
Freight loader detected.
Because also this room
Loading
was like
freight
just
elevator.
needed them to spawn
We
well.
lost control of the package.
Any units in proximity, move in. Everyone else, get to the helipad.
Bomb behind us now as well. That's left.
Ooh. That's not good news of ammo. Just refueling the station.
Get your gear in order. Brenner knows you're moving to the helipad, and he's prepared.
Alright, let's get the full set of shark rounds. Get this one too. Let's go murder Brenner. Brennan? Brenner? I always forget. That guy. if somebody else can shoot the yellow boxes, because I have shotguns everywhere. It's generally a good way to any of the yellow boxes that you shoot. Shooting them with shotguns is a good way to try to get them bugged.
Get those turrets online. We need to make sure they can't get air support in here.
They're supposed to give electricity, so if you shock them, now they have extra electricity instead of less. Breaks everything. Make sure to get the turrets early.
Automated turrets detected.
We have a helicopter standing by to extract the bioreactor. Secure the area and pop a flare when it's clear.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
It's a bit down, but not this down. Just get some shots going.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Same goes for that guy actually. I'm gonna put some sledge on him if I can. There we go. Spreads.
I need medics. Stack.
Oh.
Good work. Now pop that flare.
Roger. We're on the way.
That's what our time on that was. Although we looted and stuff, everything. But that was likely a 25 or something. So imagine just cutting off 7 minutes off of that. At the very least. This is a long mission. Just want to see the end result there. Wait, that was a 17? Nah. Although, well, actually, nowadays, yeah. That's not. With a global event as well. Didn't feel like the 17, but yeah, that was also most of the global events do get carried. Let's go and get those 5 Black Tusk activities. And yeah, let's go again into Downtown East for them, which has holsters.
Agent polarity affected by
So
weapon
there's a
switch
ton of them
and
here, of
reload.
course, but yeah, rigor, hardware,
Entering
let's
safe
see.
area.
Holster is at least holstered. But first, let's actually get cleaned up so we have some space.
Looking for something?
I'm gonna keep that 11.9.
Thanks for your business. Good to see you.
No keepers.
Now the ammo is fine.
Well, I mean, it's like... You mean just one of them is active now? Do you have actually ongoing on that one?
Yep.
Yeah, let's maybe do it with 5 then. Just 5 right to it. See what I want to run. So actually, you know what I will run? I'll run that one rifle build. Although not in the correct setup yet. Okay, with this global event, I just want to try it out with this first. That is the wrong fox.
Here to check something out?
This isn't the good build, but want to mess about with it. Well, you know what? I have a glass chest. Let's just put the glass chest. Oh, I don't have a chest, of course.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
I mean... Could redo that other one. We'll just run this one. Missing a bunch of stats, but it's fine. Yeah. 1.2. Black does yeah, let's maybe keep it to the other zones. Because yeah, there it's rigor. Might as well go to downtown east. Because we don't need it per se to be bounties. Might have a bounty there actually. No. Actually, do I have any black disc anywhere? No. That's good. Let's maybe go get this public. It'll likely put the bounty in ODO next door anyway. And there are a bunch more in there. And AG for it. Okay, let's give this thing a try. What is my 75 stability, 55 accuracy? Let's see if we can keep a classic M1A. Or no, not a classic M1A, the M1A CQB on target.
Hostile control point
Let's try it
identified.
out. Just tag along. We don't know what to run with the group.
Hostiles detected.
I'm happy to do it solo.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly, but
I could get used to
Serious
this.
trauma detected.
Of course, we're in New York, so.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh wait. Let's get this. I keep wanting to pulse, but I shouldn't until
An
I
agent
replace
needs
this.
assistance.
Oh, why? Nothing there. Oh, names if there's one.
Civilians in danger.
Curiosity. Let's do a checker. Let's go get that name group, might as well.
Sweeping for hostile.
These two go. And the reload of this thing, which is normally the most horrible thing about it, is actually perfectly fine. Now.
Civilians in distress.
Likely we're not getting a bounty out of this anymore, no. Oh yeah, let's engage him before they kill the second.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I see something. You'll pay for killing one of ours. I'll deal.
Out of all ammo.
Vital signs critical. Hostile control point nearby.
Ammo box here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
There you are. Sword ahead.
Serious trauma detected.
Got a man down. Almost done.
Who needs a rifle?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
There. I'm actually
Agent
respawning
down.
and get some ammo.
Agent vital signs 0.
Level of new character, do you get the level 40 levels on your SHD then? Or does the character only get into your... No. So yeah, no. The SHD level starts after level, so... Whenever you complete an level, or like the character reaches level 40, all that happens is that they will get the SHD of that level, or of that account. So there is no... are we fighting the control point there? Because we should just retreat from that if we are. We don't need to. Or we can, but we shouldn't.
Go somewhere else. You have to aggro to the one.
Because yeah, we could just go for Black Tusk stuff. We have to there, we can go from the... What is...
Serious trauma detected.
I'm not getting hit, which I am. It's Let's just go from that. I need the classified up to there. Yeah, so the 40 levels that you're doing to get to level 40, that's just character levels. That's not SHD level.
We got them all! Listen, there will be more fights ahead.
I'll catch up.
Oh.
What was that? Wasn't there a truck here I could go into?
Deal. Hello.
Detecting
Yeah.
additional hostile contacts.
I think see the issue now that I think Pomak was having with it as well. Still not enough accuracy actually for this weapon. Because it still bounces around just a little bit too much. And the accuracy.
Access key detected.
Which one?
The M1 ACKB.
Yep. From all the ones I tried, lightweight M4 feels the best.
Yeah. Around Mark
WOA,
17.
it's just jumping too much to the sides.
Yeah, likely ACRSS would also be.
Yeah.
then
I
actually-
tried that one as well, but I don't know, I didn't like it that much.
Swap those two. I'm used to the ACRSS, so I think for my case it would be the better pick. But yeah, I need to practice getting back to 7 clicks. Definitely not on 7 clicks. Yeah, let's go next door and do that propaganda.
We did not feel sorry for ourselves. We got to work. And now, many online and increasing production to pre-outbreak levels. We are getting back on track, and the shipping lanes are starting to reopen.
But I will likely replace this guy's. I have a
It was definitely annoying.
rifle build on him.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
An organization like the True Sun, but it was hearing Major Castillo's story.
I might replace that with something like this, you know. Actually, I'm now way too overcritted, right? Interesting. Oh well, that's clever.
Without him, the Pentaho Fairview power plant would have fallen into disrepair.
Everybody's positive.
Ensured that our communities across the eastern
Except for the guy back. It's negative.
Major Castillo may have been branded a
One
traitor.
negative Nancy.
Access key
He
detected.
died a hero.
Pushing
It
bad.
will come from the other direction, of course, this time.
Progress halted.
That's 50-50.
Yes, they will.
Right. Required. Progress zoned.
At least on this one, they don't spawn like miles away.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, we can take
Agent down.
cover on that corner against.
Oh,
There's a door there.
Agent out of action. Manual override required.
I may have been poked in the face. Stuff in here as well.
Best reason to move to the castle isn't the food. Although Mario
3 out of 5.
People here are some of the coolest bitches I've met.
No, that's hyena. So maybe go get these two. You can go from the classified to that one, and then we can go up behind this one.
Hyenas are holding some medical person.
That'll be our 5.
Early, while they arrange transport to a more secure location. Find a way into the theater and rescue those civilians.
Shut up, Manny.
Oh. Where?
Oh, we split.
Where am I?
Yeah, let's go join them. Because that fit the description as well. Okay, we went on the other one. This one.
Nothing.
One more.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Really? Don't say, Isaac.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Enemies right here.
Access key detected. An agent needs assistance. Immediate medical
Just too far
assistance
from the
needed.
cover, apparently. And the game just
Agent
didn't want
down.
to put me in the cover there. Just one guy left, so. Completion. Marauder would count as well. Okay, let's actually just head outside from here and just hit that territory. Extra loading screen will be about as long as just running from here. Is it on that side now?
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Okay, let's get this weekly done, and then I don't know if you guys are up for it, but maybe doing a descent.
Yep.
Just a nemesis run. Get that out of the way. Oh. Oh no, we don't have the yellow guys against me. It's over here. I was like, we have to deal with some hyenas. Turns out, no, we don't.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile supply convoy detected. Ski detected.
And it's pretty hard with the buff up. Project
Yeah,
finished.
Hong Kong is a little bit harder to play now because, yeah. Now I want to mark that guy, but I have a negative on my RPK and everyone is positive. Oh, yeah, I need to change the weapon.
I mean, you can just mark without... Like,
No.
it doesn't matter if you miss polarity, like... Show what is up here. Because you no longer you lose the buff just for a hit, you have to actually kill.
Hostile control point identified.
Let's take it back to the White House. I need to swap characters if everybody's up for dissenting.
Well, descent would be probably really fun with the competent people for a while, but I think that will take too long for me. I'm probably gonna head out for tonight.
Oh, no worries if you...
Good to see you.
It'll be about a half hour. Like 40 minutes max.
Thanks for the
But yeah, also if you're out of time, that's fine.
Yeah.
But no, just to be clear, like we're not going deep or anything. it's just the nemesis.
I mean, one time we said going just the misses and we ended up with 40.
Oh, yeah. No,
hello there.
that was kind of intended as a deep run. But we weren't intending to going to 40. Like we were intending to going to like 25 or something. I think, right? Because we did the other time turn our nemesis run into 30 that I remember. But that 40 was... Oh yeah, let me swap characters.
I need to.
But yeah, as well, yeah, if you need to step out, that's fine. Don't, like, stick around, just... Make sure that the global event is on because we can't get stars.
Agent polarity linked to weapon switching and reloading. Safe area detected.
And my friends list is now way too long. Public 7 as well. Oh, then maybe just rejoin on me actually. I'll just go on this character as well. Meantime as well, I'm just gonna have a look at the
Combat simulation program active.
this thing. Is it always gluttony?
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh yeah, this was the opportunistic one right here. I did have Overwatch, which is the one saving feature of this in-group setting. But the agonizing, adaptive, that's really the only two good nemesis killing ones. Because Busy Little Beat just is not long enough length for nemesis really. And then these other three are useless. But that has enough res and stuff.
Another agent is now in your group.
But hey, Mentor, you're sitting this one out then, or?
Yeah, I'm leaving out.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just to double check. yeah, thanks for joining.
It's probably like total carry for me anyway. I've almost never played decent.
Yeah, no worries.
So, yeah, I'm getting away, so I'll let you guys have fun.
Maybe next time we need.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not on TV.
Yep.
That would be embarrassing.
Well, yeah, if you haven't done much, yeah, feel free to just join us once and just we can like on a future one. I can explain as we go, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I know technically I've killed Nemesis once, but like that was almost lucky. Run.
Yeah, it's mostly
Really
just knowing some of the like picking not on kill talents, and then the skill thing is especially like picking the right skills helps a lot. But also, I'm going to be writing up a guide pretty soon, so
Access denied.
in the future I can That's it.
Deactivating shade protocols.
Not the next one I'm gonna
Entering
finish. The
combat
next one is
simulation
the skills,
program.
and then after that it's gonna be
Combat
descent.
simulation program activated.
It's gonna be annoying, a lot of work. Hey, foam right away. That's nice. And
I got Oxy right away.
not nice. I might take the SASG
Yeah, gonna skip.
just for opportunistic, but yeah, no, I need something.
I didn't even check it though. What is it? Yeah, do.
It's
This
a
is the one
gluttony
when we
one. Yeah.
went for Nemesis and we're like, okay, let's see how far we can go. With the visibility.
Alright, have fun.
Anyway,
Good night.
catch you.
Laters.
Yeah, let's get going.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
3 players, 2 doors on the
Hostile
first link.
construction initiated.
That means I don't have to do anything. Let's go.
That means you have to carry the other 2 of us.
Seek and destroy. No retreat. No surrender.
That's not gonna end well.
Console online.
Oh, I'm starting with opportunistic already, and I should have checked for that.
I got protected reload. Nice.
It's my pre-talent pick. Okay, so yeah, I should try to. I know. If any of us gets Overwatch, we should call that out and just have that
Entering
one
new
person
room.
just go for it.
Difficulty rating easy.
But we definitely want to get Overwatch.
Constructing
It's up
hostile
there.
combatant. Console available.
Overwatch.
Supply station
I'm level
activated.
2. Are you taking it?
Yeah, I got it. It was the only red I could pick.
Yeah, same here. I'll take opportunistic. I'll try to get a shotgun. I should. Or a marksman rifle. Another medium. So yeah. We're ending up at 24
So-
at best.
You were talking about the Overwatch and we got it, so
Entering new room.
talk about some other
Difficulty
good
rating
talent.
medium.
Brazen.
And out of nowhere, it just adds into the code and is in the center.
Efficient is pretty efficient. It's the 2 at the end there.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'm gonna shoot up first.
Yeah. Forgot what my purpose is now. Stay in cover. Is he in the door?
Yeah, I think so.
From me.
Yeah. Wanna come out of there, lady? They'll despawn after. I love it. Meantime, we'll blow up. No, yeah, actually, we should watch the door just in case they do come out. In case of emergency, contact. Is this an emergency? Should we contact extension 0907?
This is your local Omnisaya. What do you need?
Hey, Omni.
Hey, Ami.
How long is this lady taking to despawn?
It never despawns.
So far, it does always despawn. I never had it on this door though before. But generally as well, when they need to be despawned, they aren't moving. This one is moving, which is weird.
Definitely.
Oh, that might actually be the thing. They might actually be outside of the door. Because yeah, they're actually showing like proximity wise.
Did I just hear something?
I think they might actually be in the wall and not in the door. Well, mulligan. They would have despawned by now. Can we just take the mulligan?
I guess. I'm trying all the potato PC things to get under the stairs. Oh wait, I see. No? Oh yeah, they right here. The rocket is sticking out of it.
Ground wall? Which one?
If you look, they in the corner. If you look like from here, you can see them in the corner.
Oh yeah, they're in the
on
wall.
the other side.
Yeah, they're in the wall. Oh yeah, I mean, we'll just leave. I was gonna murder myself. Let's just leave and respawn. I'm gonna guess maybe Omni wants to be in here as well.
Not really.
Okay.
Agent polarity affected
Move
by
the
weapon
message
switch and reload. Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
Okay, wherever you guys are at.
Right,
Another agent
that
has
was
joined your group.
the message run.
We ran into the nemesis.
Yeah.
Unkillable.
Ran into the
Another agent is now in your group.
Wait to be loaded up. En route
Only
to the
two
site.
nemesis.
At least it was on loop 1, so it wasn't too bad.
Safe area entered. Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
We discovered descent.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation program activated.
Ah, fire starter.
Let's have a better weapon this time, but she was my free
I got a
talent.
better skill. The weapon is
I'm
fine.
insulated now. I have no skill pick.
I have surge. Yeah, more skills.
One phone there. You need to get a bunch of phones. Yeah.
Entering new location.
We'll blind the fireflies.
Difficulty rating easy.
Maybe some fire rounds.
Hostiles constructing.
Both doors on this
Hostiles
end.
spawn from highlighted doors.
I was about to comment if you didn't do it. Doing
Serious
the
trauma detected. Console
doing
available.
the cam thing.
Yeah, I remembered.
How many total weapon damage is in here? Like all of it is total weapon damage in here. I take the rifleman.
Companion concussion or
Operator cleared to select new room.
Yeah, the choice between rifleman
Vigilance.
and vigilance. Yeah. I'll avoid vigilance until I have to.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
It was my first threat that I picked. is the only one usable.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Console available.
Gonna take opportunistic and risk it. Open for a shot.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Which maybe isn't smart on my part because also I need 2 skills. So. But I don't want to reroll.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Constructing hostile combatant. Console active. Supply station online.
I'm still picking vigilance then. It's only
Operator
the
authorized
only
to
pick
select new room.
Okay, game listen. I'm gonna wait for the Overwatch as the last pick. Okay, don't give it to me, please.
there.
Room selected.
Some
Difficulty
reverse
rating
psychology
easy.
there.
Yep.
Put it downstairs here.
Hostiles constructing.
Sure, let's set up
Hostiles spawn from highlighted
this
doors.
side. Gonna help with both doors.
Console online.
I got Overwatch. I'll take it here.
Me too.
Oh, you want it or should I?
You can take it.
I'll take Overwatch.
I'm gonna take this. Oh, let's take this for the stuff.
Operator cleared to select
Oh,
new
damage.
room.
Yep. It worked. Okay. But it's so
Entering new
cool.
room.
I guess that
Difficulty
for
rating
organizing.
high value target.
Maybe.
Let me both on the other side. Left and middle.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
I have a chat for a named here. It's gonna take some killing.
Get it.
Gonna keep Overwatch up. Traditions. I got nothing. Gonna take Doctor home, help us get to the end.
Okay. Busy Bee is gonna work.
Not so much against the Nemesis, is there?
Yeah.
Helps a little bit with one of the fights.
But still better than kinetic and adaptive.
Oh,
sorry,
adaptive?
kinetic and empathic.
Oh, bad. I was gonna say adaptive would be.
I got all the bad ones.
Still need to do a one without. Oh, okay, we have no damage. As I said. As I said. Another Doctor home there. It might make the Nemesis a little bit harder, not having. Because that's the downside of this one. It's just mostly I did have opportunistic, right? Yeah.
Where I am getting always the fucking rifles?
I have no skill picks again. I mean, the game saw you running a bunch of rifles, so must like rifles.
Yep.
And I need 2 skill picks in the next coming ones. It's not my turn.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium.
Better work, 3 minutes. And now we have 3 doors.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Console available.
Reload on this thing. Two rerolls, but an Overwatch, so still good.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostile construction initiated.
It's on there. I'll take the end here. Almost.
Need to practice my
Console active.
chem skills.
Yeah, let's take a lever. Easy one there.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Slightly here as well. I'll finish off this run.
Hostile construction initiated.
That will likely be it for me as I go and stitch together that video.
Console online.
For later on. It's a lot of rerolls I'm doing there. Still have enough for the slot, so it's fine. It's your pick, Ouch. We just slam our heads into that thing. Just whoever can open it opens it.
Room selected.
We just running up to it.
Rating.
It doesn't
Easy.
per se mean that that we actually are.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'll take the outer here.
No way they can.
Console online. Supply station available.
Wedge tree. You actually check for fire rounds already. Because aren't. I don't have any. Because usually we rely a lot on on trauma and stuff, but yeah, we can have some fire rounds on pistols. That can be a little bit of extra CC.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Two on this end.
Hostile construction initiated.
Obvious we don't have damage exotics. Let's get a slot and a med pack.
I'm 60. Nice. Just gonna look at this. Oh, I can.
Hey, fun.
Thank you, game. Give me some actual weapons.
Anyway, definitely on the next one, I want to fill up our. Even though this one's boiler, but I need to fill up those other skill slots.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium.
I'll take this side.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Which other ones are there? Still one wave, so.
Console available.
Pretty easy. I'm gonna take the opportunistic there. So I'll just mark them and then we don't take that, do we? Let's take it easy. Because there's a second room, right? Yeah. So we're already behind. This will put us at 60.
Electrical hazard detected. Room selected.
Watch out for the floor.
Difficulty rating. Easy.
Gonna take upper right.
Hostile construction initiated. Console online.
No, this should not be too bad here.
Room selected. Difficulty
60,
rating.
67, 74 at most. We're actually kind of behind.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
A 74 would mean we need 3. Although it might not be the worst thing to get an extra loot.
Console available.
I mean, it takes more time, but might actually save us a lot. So my opportunistic is just going to keep going up. I'm the buffer on this team. Overwatch and opportunistic. Oh wow! Wait, we're out of it, right? Let's take the one with the 1 red. 74. We need 4 easy rooms. So we need 26.
Room. Difficulty rating medium. Hostile construction initiated.
Oh no, we need 3. Yeah, we need 3 easy rooms on the next one. So we get 2 hard ones in a row. We're done. Although, I mean, we're not done. We need to the next one.
Console available. Supply station online.
Which I feel is a dick move of the game. Seeing as it also annoyed us with having to restart on a loop 1 with a stuck enemy. Oh, it's not even 70. Yeah, it's 72. We need 4. That's why I was thinking 4. I just miscalculated on that. Yeah, 72. So
electrical hazard simulation activated.
We need 4 easy rooms. We're basically
room selected. Difficulty rating
not getting
high
that.
value target.
There's no chance. Right side is 1. And yeah, middle right. I'll take middle right here. And I'm sure we'll have the other ones.
Constructing hostile combatant.
And we get an award from this that make it worth playing. There is the blueprints that you get. So you can get reconstructed caches. You can get those in Descent and nowhere else. Same actually for a few cosmetics and also the Vindicator rifle. The Vindicator rifle isn't per se worth it as an exotic rifle. It's not too great. Gosh. I forgot we're in loop 3. Trying to just keep the cover to cover going. Oh wow, I got shocked there. Actually, I didn't even know that. So the Overwatch kept going there. Even. But I got shocked, but I kept holding the button for cover to cover. So it continued the cover to cover after the shock wore off, but it also kept Overwatch that whole time. Because I do want to keep Overwatch up, that helps my nice. But yeah, then there's the reconstructed caches, and this is currently the only place to get them. And they have the named items blueprints. So you can get the blueprints for most of the named items. So actually, so the ones from the last 2 seasons aren't in here. But all the other names, including the DZ names and such, are in here. So I'm gonna take the burn sticky there.
Nice. At least that I didn't get any good weapon picks.
And we have a medium to begin with. Oh no, actually. It's gonna get no real good picks. Because that's gonna become a random. Ready. About 1 random skill.
I mean, it doesn't need to be a random. We're gonna not get the easies.
No, likely not, but might also not get any picks
Double
on the
spawn,
next
by the
one.
way.
Oh, yeah.
Hostile construction
Loop 4
initiated.
Response.
Console active.
And especially that reconstructed cache is like the big prize here.
Alright.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Medium.
I need composure still.
And hard. Alright. Next loop it is.
Yeah,
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
Maybe we're gonna get the
Poison
second
gas hazard
Oh,
exotic.
activated.
that would make it up a little bit.
Hostile construction
Yeah,
initiated.
At the end again. Or actually, no, if you take the end. I can already get the Overwatch up. And also, as a game mode, it's actually kind of fun. I really actually enjoyed the stunt runs. You can't rely on your gear. You kind of need to... It's kind of luck. It's kind of skill.
Console available.
Because you need to get the right talents and stuff.
Yeah. Now it's sealed.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Mediums.
It was already sealed.
Entering
or like one
Now
medium
it's
was already.
even more fun. We should have picked
activating
the
poison
Boss
gas
runs,
simulation.
It was a hint of the game.
It's like I'm gonna screw you over here.
Yeah.
At least take this.
It's dangerous to go alone. Yeah, I think
Hostiles
that's.
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted
So is it
doors.
worth crafting guns or just trusting on Geo? Is that crafting wasn't really worth the resources? Overall, it isn't. But yeah, getting them named, one of the things that why it is handy to have them named.
Pick them out. They're right on top of me.
Blueprints is that you especially get to. So what that allows me to do is. I don't need to keep most of the names that I did used to keep. I don't need to keep them anymore. Because if I need, let's say, a Hollow Man, I can just craft for one again. Like if I really need it. If I need a Devil's Due or something, or like just one weird gun, a swap chain or something. I don't need to go farm for it, especially the DZ items more so. Because usually you would keep some of those around, you know, just to play around with if you needed it. But now you can just, the game is like, just screw you guys fully. Like, we needed 4 easy rooms. It's going to give us 4 medium rooms.
Entering new location.
Wait, actually, am I off?
Rating.
Or am I
Medium.
off? I think I'm off. Wait, what?
Steam hazard activated.
Wait, we need 1 easy room.
Yeah, we got one easy room on the start.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Yeah, no, but after this one, we just need 1 easy room. Wait, how?
It's arena after this one.
Oh, this, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why.
I got this.
I'm not covering a door. Shit. It's kind of my own world there. Trying to figure out, but yeah, that explains it. I thought we were on the 3rd, but that was in fact not the case. In the final room, we're 11% behind.
Console available. Supply station online.
Let's take some rounds and let's get our Overwatch even higher. At least we get to pick another weapon because I was stuck on this gray AR. I wouldn't mind the
Yeah, I would
marksman
like
rifle.
the shotgun. And another exotic, please.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
2 exotics.
High value target.
2 chances. Both on this side. Actually, if somebody can go across, because I'll charge up.
Hostiles constructing.
Overwatch.
Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Which one is it?
The middle one.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'll kill you! They got one of us!
Yes.
Exotic, fuck you.
Because I have to continue the answer there as well. Yeah. Generally, it's not worth crafting, and except for, you know, there's few weeks where it was worth crafting. Like, we really need a weapon, and you have a lot of resources, especially if you're high level and you have like watch alts available to you. I don't need any more slots.
Only time outside of the named where the crafting is actually worth it is unicorn farming.
Yeah, and like the thingies, you know, the thingies. Improvised gear. At least I get to have a green AR now instead of a gray one.
Let's take it up.
Okay, well, yeah. We have a boss room. Let's just take the boss room. Could have taken both boss rooms. Turns out now.
I'm gonna buy this one so I don't forget.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
Let's all just go
High
sit
value
upstairs.
Yep. Room selected. Difficulty rating. Hard.
Just deal with whatever comes.
Too late! I see.
Oh, downstairs. I misread that.
Level up!
This nemesis fight might become a slug. We don't get extra exam. Hopefully we do. Just gonna take a preservation. Well, let's go for a double red. I was gonna say we can go for some credits as well.
Electrical hazard
we need
detected.
more damage, I think.
Yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Well, we need an exotic. That would help a lot.
Hostile construction initiated.
See how you like that?
Console. online.
Trying to get that opportunistic on many places as possible. Take composure, seeing as I'm overwatching anyway. We finally reached 100% Nemesis. Let's take the medium.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostile construction initiated. Console active. Supply station online.
Fire station again. I haven't seen flame rounds once here. Shock rounds don't work against Nemesis, so but taking that otherwise.
No, why not?
Just gonna take that salvage, just to take something.
I'm gonna take the shotgun now just for that little bit of damage from the fire cam.
Let's take the medium here. Just for the credits.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium.
Your credits is now our credits.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
That we're still in that voice. Nothing spawned on my door.
Console active.
One last Overwatch. At least that kind of worked out. I have Overwatch 5 and I have Opportunistic 4. That's really the only benefits of this
Electrical
rotation.
hazard simulation activated.
Stay back here, yeah. Right
Room
side.
selected. Difficulty rating, high value target.
Not mid right. So yeah, it's back left, back right. I'll take back right.
Hostile construction initiated.
Itching for
Three waves here.
Serious trauma detected.
It's trying to keep the Overwatch there. That's I think by the time I get there. Might be more useful just giving the Overwatch here. Hey! See, it all worked out.
Yeah, and now I'm
Okay,
expecting
agonizing.
empathic, kinetic, and Doctor Home. Just
Yay.
all the bad ones.
Agonizing. Yay.
Yeah, everyone just except like adaptive. At least
Right.
that one.
That's another
Another damage.
agonizing there.
Yeah, I would like agonizing as well. No stacking.
I'll pick another skill tier. Another chem. But yeah, we're pretty well set up. We have 2 foams and we have just 1 random skill. The rest being stickies and stuff, which we can avoid. The only thing would be nice if there was flame rounds here. Which there aren't. I'm gonna take the hollow points. I should take the hollow points and my shotgun.
Yeah, I would put them on those different weapon, but I can't swap because special beast tags.
Yeah. Don't need any of that.
Just take all the ammo.
I already took that. Anything I can waste this on? Not really. Let's, so the game did make it up to us by giving us an extra exotic talent there. It's quite rare actually to have exotic talents before you get into the teens. A second one.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
We're gonna bum rush onto the left side. Get up on the high ground. And then yell that it's over.
Nemesis detected.
For once I was the slowest loader.
System
That
disrupted.
was gonna hit. Amazing.
Close, right?
Yeah.
System
One of
restored.
the annoying things is though that kind of stuck to cover. They'd rather not be. Oh, the random skill is
Defender drone.
defender drone.
Detected.
So we're good.
Gonna set that one on fire, so
That close one is like halfway. We can maybe focus her down. Check for that. But yeah, we need to watch out being on this edge. Kind of.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
that one is dead.
An agent needs assistance. Vital signs critical.
Let's focus one of them.
Oh, I can't. Focus.
Let's watch out for the other one. Coming up.
Immediate medical assistance
They're
needed.
more human than humans, as they foam the box in front of them. Who hasn't accidentally hit a ledge?
Okay. Quick
There
burst.
we go.
Simulation terminated.
That wasn't too bad in the
Tabulating
end.
data.
We got the second talent that we needed there. Helped out a lot.
Yeah, I don't know even if I stacked it up.
I know. Exit actuation dash. What was our time there? I didn't.
Oh, I didn't check.
I can scroll back a little in the YouTube feed. — 41:18.
Okay. Facility detected.
It's not
Combat
bad.
simulation program active.
Look at this. So we had the key chest. Kind of tradition by now, right?
Yep.
We do the rent and then We get an exotic cache from that, and then need the reward run. We might get an Acuster from here.
Cowboy Kokia.
Yeah, this is very
Polarized hostiles in
can I say
proximity.
rogue agents? What? Man, that's just polarized enemies. This is such a silly getup. Yeah, let's take it back to the White House. So will there be no season characters? We're not sure yet. The wording of it is in a literal, like what they said is they're rethinking and redesigning, especially the requirements of the seasonal character for story. So that part is likely like out.
Appreciate the business.
But the wording isn't that there is no seasonal character anymore. Like they didn't go, we're canceling it. Even more so than that, they said this will not impact our plans for year 6. Or we're like
Yeah.
likely they meant more so the DLC with that
Check
though.
something out?
Yeah. I think they just addressing all the complaints. They were like, so I was playing the game for 5 years and now I don't have anything. I can just delete it. I can just quit. I'm gonna quit.
Exactly.
Please do.
Yeah. But also they haven't like outright said we're totally not doing it. They might still just go, we rethought it and we went like, nope, we're still doing it.
Screw you.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Screw you, we're still doing it. Let's put this lady on something else than this ninja bike build. I like this one. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna turn her back. I'm already sick of this cowboy suits because it is saved up here.
Money.
Yeah. I mean, I just as a collector as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the subscribers, right?
Yeah.
You paid for this.
Basically as well, and yeah, somewhere in the future, I'm definitely also gonna get these ones. Although actually, this one I actually like. This kind of looks cool. And yeah, for those that actually missed it, because they didn't really announce this well, but yeah, there is recolors of both the outfit thingy into red, which actually looks better than the black, I would say. But there's also this is the same suit as you get from the season track, but that one's all black. This is a recolor of it. Especially this, like, I actually really like this sweater. Like, I would actually wear this sweater. What am I into season SEMA? So yeah, we have to kind of wait and see what happens. But for now as well, if you are new, just keep doing what you're doing. We'll know more as we get closer to it. They basically as well said they're gonna do a PTS for it, which is the testing servers beforehand. So we'll likely know a few weeks before actually it comes out what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, how do you want to test seasonal characters without spoiling the story?
Likely they won't put the story in at all. Like that's been the case so far. You know, saying like
maybe
incursion.
Just gonna
stuff.
You're
like
gonna sign in. You're gonna see another slot. You can decide between.
What they have done in the past as well, when they had PTS and they still wanted to like kind of test manhunt stuff, they would have the manhunt parts, but it wouldn't like have the voice lines. It wouldn't have any of the the graphics or anything like that. So they just
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks Amateur, and thanks Pomik for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Got our nemesis in, but yeah, I'm gonna end it there indeed. I'll leave you guys to it. Then I'm gonna jump out the voice here as well, but I'll catch you guys likely around, right?
Yeah, most likely tomorrow.
But
Right.
yeah,
Have a good night.
same. Have a good night and
Laters.
catch you later. As yeah, we'll jump out of there. I'm gonna go find somebody to to raid on the Twitch end, of course, as always. Let's see if we have anybody other than than the regular. Actually, we don't even have the regular. Our regular targets, because I do want to keep it in division, in the division end. Kind of looking at some of these names and going, do I remember any of these names? Just looking through the category. Because there's a bunch of names in here, but I don't recognize any of them. And everybody that I'm following is there's a bunch in First Descendant and stuff, understandably as well. It is actually, especially a lot of the people that I follow are very community driven, and yeah, it's actually nice to, you know, have a game that also has crossplay, which, you know, can help a lot.
This isn't a bad space to set up in.
Any of you have any suggestions? If you have, this, I'm kind of clicking through some of these people, but I'm also like not seeing anything that makes me go like, yes, that one.
Once everybody is on a turn.
Might actually, might do that one. We'll take a chance on someone as they're doing Iron Horse. They're doing Dark Hours. So I wanted to say a raid name, but I instantly went like to Iron Horse. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely only in the evening, not in the afternoon, as tomorrow likely is going to be busy for me. This week as well, I'll be missing Saturday as housekeeping, basically. But for the rest of it, I'll definitely be on the evenings, and we'll try to do a few afternoons here and there. I also actually reinstalled Warframe and Destiny. I might actually spend an afternoon here or there on one of the games, whichever kind of takes my fancy. I wouldn't mind actually trying to get a little bit deeper into them, because in both games I haven't really gone far. Definitely not reached any of their like end game kind of things. So I wouldn't mind actually knowing kind of how they work, just kind of like that. So yeah, we might do a few days afternoons of those, but that's only going to be afternoons, and then evenings will always be Division. So I'm gonna start that raid. We're gonna send everybody over to Sarge Blade, as they are in Dark Hours, as well. Just take a chance. And yeah, tomorrow that video will go up that we recorded kind of today, which is the countdown builds I like. As well as in the background, we have a comic doing the breakdances, breaking all of the animations. Especially, yeah, that breakdance one is nice and silly. So yeah, on the Twitch end, enjoy Sarge Blade on the YouTube end. Thank you for joining, but I can't do anything to you guys, so you guys are free to do whatever you want. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow in the evening. So yeah, enjoy, and as always, have a good night.